It's a Tuesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
60 degrees right now. It is going to get into the 80s, buddy.
Ooh, boy.
And that sounds awesome. Except we got a problem.
What's the problem?
Severe thunderstorms from the afternoon into the evening with the possibility of an isolated tornado.
Tornado?
And we'll get more into that later in the show. Because, if there's three things I really don't like.
Yeah.
I really don't like. Vegetables, you as a person, and tornadoes.
Yes, you have a deep fear of tornadoes.
Deep tornado.
So tornadoes and vegetables, same top three?
Yeah, let's say if there was a tornado that ripped through a vegetable field coming right
and they
at
usually do. Usually there's probably a lot of vegetables inside tornadoes.
Maybe that's why.
Zucchinis.
I got impaled by a zucchini. But we have to start the show having a discussion about something that has blown up online that men will not stop talking about. All right. So remember last week we told you that 1 in 10 American men believe that they could beat a lion in hand-to-hand combat.
Yeah.
Like a lion. Okay, and you laughed at how simple that was. So there is a scenario that has been presented that has everybody talking, Tommy.
What are they talking about?
All right, so the scenario is this. 100 men are sentenced to death.
Sentenced to death?
They are sentenced to death. They are going to be killed.
All right.
The only way they can save their lives is for these 100 unarmed men as a group to take on a gorilla.
One gorilla.
So it's 100 unarmed men in hand-to-hand combat versus one gorilla. And the question is, one, could 100 men
overtake one gorilla?
Unarmed overtake one gorilla? And two, if so, how many men would the gorilla kill before they finally were able to subdue that gorilla?
All right.
So I want you to think about that for a second.
Okay.
And I'm going to give you some gorilla information.
All right.
It is believed that gorillas are strong enough to rip a limb off of a human.
Oh, I could see that. Sure.
Okay. Although it's never happened before, gorillas, for as scary as they look, are very gentle animals.
Yeah, unless you piss them off.
Yeah, there you go. Two, a human being has a bite force of about 162 pounds per square inch.
All
right. A gorilla
what's that one?
has a bite force, depending on the size, of 500 to 1,000 pounds per square inch. So about 10, it can be up to 10 times higher than a human being. It's believed that a gorilla bite will break human bone.
Here's the other thing about a gorilla bite. They're good at it because they do it all the time.
I don't know how often gorillas bite.
Well, they probably have to, attack stuff to eat.
Okay.
Right? We don't.
Are they carnivores?
I think they mostly eat, like, berries and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I could be wrong.
I always said they ate meat.
I've never seen a gorilla eat meat, now that I'm thinking about it. And you know how much I watch gorillas.
They do like the banana. You're right. All right. So they're vegetarian?
Is it gorillas that eat bananas or monkeys that eat bananas?
I thought they all did.
Yeah, they eat leaves.
I shouldn't call they all.
stems.
That's terrible to say.
Snails, ants. Okay, so they eat some bugs.
But no, like they.
Well, they would have to have a strong jaw because they eat a lot of like bark and wood, I guess, or rotting wood.
There are videos also of gorillas ripping full-rooted trees out of the ground with one hand.
Yeah.
All right. So with all that being said, Tommy, could 100 unarmed human men take down a single gorilla?
Well, I guess eventually, the numbers, eventually it would happen.
All right. How though? How do you do it?
See, I would say you could somebody could choke them out, but I wouldn't even know if your arms are big enough to do that.
Get around. Well, how would you choke them out though? You'd have to sneak up on the
that's what I
gorilla.
mean,
Well, because the gorilla would get
attacking
exhausted.
somebody else, and so you'd have to sacrifice maybe a few people to get
who goes
sneak up
first?
behind.
That'd be the thing. Like if everybody's standing in a circle, all right, we're gonna get this gorilla. All right, ready, set. Because the first guy's toast.
Yeah.
He's totally toast.
Yeah, you're gonna die.
So I gotta figure 20% of that group is either dead or effed up for life.
Okay.
Like wheelchair, oxygen, paralyzed, or dead.
Okay, I'm gonna counterpoint you there.
All right.
I'm gonna counterpoint you. If the gorilla was aware that it was a fight.
Well, it would obviously be if you're surrounded it.
Well, I don't know. Maybe
we gonna jump him coming out of the subway?
No, but I guess the point I'm making is what's always funny about these discussions, before we get deeper into how you could take down a gorilla with 100 men, is the gorilla. We will never really know if the gorilla would have the wherewithal to be able to take on 100 men because the gorilla is unaware that this is a competition.
No, but they're also wild animals sense danger and fear quickly. Like, they read a room pretty quick.
Understood, but I don't think a gorilla would be able to wrap its head around these 100 men are trying to kill me. It's like, you know how every once in a while they'll run baseball players against horses?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
like they'll bring a thoroughbred out and they'll have like the fastest guy on the team race the horse, and sometimes the guy will beat the horse, which is great. The horse is unaware that it's a contest, right? Like, if the horse knew, like, oh, there is something at stake here, if you could explain that to the horse, I doubt the horse would lose that race.
Okay.
Right? So my point is, if the gorilla is unaware this is a fight, the first guy might be the best guy to beat. You get to jump on the gorilla, and then you run back, and then he starts attacking everybody else.
That's a big risk.
Yeah. You really got to know what you're doing.
All right, so the 100 men trying to take down this single gorilla, both unarmed, would have to have a strategy. That's the only way you're going to beat this gorilla.
Yeah. Because you have to be in this together. You can't be going all in your own independent way.
Yeah, because that gorilla is just going to beat the hell out of, like, rip arms off.
Yeah.
How do you take down as 100 men a gorilla?
So that would be like ancient hand-to-hand combat, like how the Romans fought, right? You'd have to use like that kind of logic because that's how you're doing. You don't have anything but your bare hands.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
So you'd have to be like barbarian logic of how they fought.
Well, but even they had weapons.
But they also had strategies, like they developed things over time, right?
Yeah.
But you'd have to go to barbarian fight school.
Well, okay, you don't have that option here.
We're going right now.
It's 100 guys all standing around.
It'll never happen because you can't get everybody to agree.
Well, but if you're gonna die, like I don't know, man. The threat of death. Listen. Everyone start talking. Give me ideas. Let's go. All right. So, do you send them in? Do you send guys in waves? Like, how many at a time do you send at the gorilla?
Oh, okay.
How many men at a time are you sending at this gorilla?
And you got to come from all directions.
252 WCMF.
All right, how many go at once?
Yeah.
5.
All right, 5?
Yeah, 5.
Gorilla just like wipe his hand and wipe 5 guys out.
Well, then
you gotta go minimum 10.
Yeah, but that's gonna get like bumping into each other. You might hit the guy next to you, knock him out.
Okay.
Well,
it's
that
too
guy's
much.
lucky then.
Well, no, because I think the gorilla's just gonna pick up his lifeless body, rip his arm
or
off.
he's not a threat anymore.
Okay, so I think here's what you gotta do. All right, you gotta send 10 guys from each side at a time.
Okay, what are you gonna do when you get there? Because you got bare hands, right? No weapons.
Yeah.
So you're just going to start punching on this gorilla?
I think you got to hit the gorilla in the head as hard as you can, as many times as you can, till he goes down, and then jump on the gorilla.
Yeah, you're going to get so many guys effed up, man.
All right, here's the plan. You ready?
There's going to be legs and penises all over that field. It's going to just be ripping things out.
No, I agree. It's going to be
flying bloody dongs.
I'm not, for God's sakes, man.
You know it's going to happen.
Why would he rip off penises?
Because they're going to go for the most. They know where you're.
I don't think.
Yes,
why
they do.
Would a gorilla
not
know?
fighting the
because
gorilla
they know
naked.
because they know what they've got, and they know that that's sensitive. So the first thing they're going to do is they're going to rip your balls out.
If you have,
and they're going to show them to you, and you'll actually die, not from having your balls ripped up, but for seeing your own bloody balls.
I've seen gorilla fights, man. They go at each other in the shoulders. Yeah, you've never seen documentaries where gorillas are fighting each other?
No.
Really?
I haven't.
What do you do on YouTube, man?
Standard gorilla fight stuff. No, like the National.
when they're
I'm usually
squaring
looking
up.
at puppies doing funny stuff.
I'm talking about
Guerrilla warfare
No, like
with
you're
actual
talking about,
gorillas.
like nature documentary kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I can't think of a time though when I saw them fighting each other.
You've never seen fighting gorillas?
I don't think so.
It's scary.
Well, see, they're good at it.
Well, yes. But the point I'm making is they go at each other like at their chest and shoulders. It's almost like a wrestling match.
Oh.
It looks like it.
All right.
I've never seen a gorilla go for another gorilla's penis. Stop that.
Well, man, if he ever finds out.
All right, just don't say out loud,
Yeah.
my penis is the most sensitive part of my body. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. There's been this discussion that has overtaken social media for the last 3 days.
Yeah.
The scenario is 100 men sentenced to death, and the only way they get to live is these 100 men, unarmed, have to take on a gorilla.
Mm-hmm.
And how could 100 men take on a gorilla? If so, how many men would die before the gorilla got to them? And if you're going to fight this gorilla with 100 men, what is the strategy you use to fight the gorilla?
I just want to point out that this is something that only men think about.
Yes, you're right.
Like, what a freaking weird thing. And not only is it something they think about, but it's now like spread. Mm-hmm. Just naturally amongst groups of men.
And they're forming strategies.
Strategies and having actual arguments about the strategy that doesn't exist.
6 years ago, my wife got up at 5 o'clock in the morning, had her friends over, put on English fancy clothes, served tea, and watched a wedding for people that have no power, that have nothing to do with our country. So let's not start the glass houses, stones, etc.
Yeah, but that other thing exists. Like, This is something somebody came up with in their head one time.
That's a good point.
I think it's an interesting. It's a thought exercise, right?
But what good does it do anybody?
Okay, it doesn't do any good. What good does my wife do watching a royal wedding that doesn't apply
part
to anything?
Of history.
The thought exercise.
I think it's interesting. I don't know where it comes from.
Okay.
Hey, what animal do you think you could fight?
You watch a reality show about a woman who got famous, bought a hair salon, and they keep doing a reality show about the hair salon.
Hair salon.
What's the one, the British one, or is it a bar? I don't know.
It's a bar.
Okay, who cares? None of it matters.
It does.
Guys, watch a boat reality show. You're going to yell at me about gorillas?
But I can actually go to that restaurant.
No, you can't.
I can't
afford
actually
it.
fight a gorilla.
I find the idea of trying to get 100 men on the same page, life or death situation, very interesting.
Yeah, because I don't think that works. I don't think you can.
There would be a couple leaders that emerged in the group, right?
No, I don't think so, because everybody's fighting for their own life.
Okay. But
I don't, and I think it would be every man. It would turn into every man for himself, because nobody wants to die.
Shoving guys at the gorilla.
Yeah.
Take him.
Yeah, you would use a guy as a human shield to get to the gorilla, you know what I mean?
No, but here's the problem. Let's talk through this.
It would fall apart
Like if
pretty
you're a
quick.
small guy, you got no chance.
Right, I'm dead.
You're getting taken out by your fellow fighters before you even get to that gorilla.
Okay, but let's talk this through. Look, I get that. Like, if you're in a situation where there's a gorilla charging at you, you may think about throwing another man in front of that gorilla, right? But in this scenario, you're gonna die no matter what.
Okay.
The only chance you have is taking down this gorilla. So if you die at the hands of the gorilla, it's what was gonna happen anyway. Right? And self-preservation means we have to cooperate here. And I don't...
And that's great in a calm setting. But when limbs start flying and everybody's screaming, I don't think that logic exists anymore. Now it's just chaos.
Sounds like a Warren Zevon song. When limbs start flying, I went, gorilla ripped my dong off. All right. Here's how you take him down.
Right,
I've been thinking about this for like 2 days. All right?
Yeah.
10 dudes on one side.
All right.
10 dudes on the other side. So left and right. All right. You attack the gorilla from the side. You punch it in the head as hard as you can over and over and over again. And look, I don't want to see the gorilla get hurt, but this is just for the sake of this argument, right? You keep doing that with 10 guys here. Line of 10, line of 10, line of 10.
Yeah.
And then you have 10 guys in the front and the back. The second that gorilla falters or stumbles or goes to the ground, those 20 dudes pounce on the gorilla.
Yeah, I mean, eventually you're going to win. I don't doubt that. I just don't think who wants to die first trying to take this gorilla, because there's going to be some horrible death.
Unless you just keep running guys like through it. You know what I mean? Like you run past it and hit it and keep running. Or run past it and hit it and keep running. And you hope the gorilla doesn't get his hands on you.
He's going to figure that out pretty quick.
Are gorillas smart enough? Well, I'm saying, like, yes, someone will get grabbed. But if you do it that way, I have a chance. Like, because all you need as a human being to go along with a plan is the idea that you have a chance to survive.
Yeah.
You're right, because if you send one line of guys out front, those guys are all dead. I need a chance.
All right. I just think once the horrifying results of that first dude show up, everybody's going to start going, I don't want any part of that.
Yeah.
There's going to be a group of those guys.
Okay, but then you're going to die anyway.
The me's. The me's. So what's this other death option here? Rope? What?
Yeah.
Electric chair. What do you got?
Take me away.
You got like a needle? Just give me a needle or something?
So you brought up the idea that the gorilla would get tired.
Oh, it will, sure.
But we don't know how long that takes.
Yeah, I
No,
don't
we
know.
don't. It will eventually get.
How
It
long
will. All things get
gorilla
tired.
adrenaline goes for.
Well, but that's just it. Does it get tired after it kills 100 unarmed men?
No,
Possibly.
it couldn't. I'm sure it's before that.
Based on what? I mean, those things are huge.
Yeah.
They can throw themselves with their own body weight with arms.
Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the endurance of a gorilla is. I mean, they're an animal. They will get tired.
I mean, we're gonna get way tired faster than the gorilla is.
Oh yeah,
right. That thing is just solid muscle, and it's as big as we are.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear the Mike Tyson gorilla story?
No. What do you
So Mike Tyson, he tells the story himself back when he first became heavyweight champ.
Yeah.
He was feeling pretty good about himself. He went to the zoo, and there were two gorillas in the zoo. He was there with his girlfriend, and one of the gorillas was messing with the other gorilla, and it bothered Mike Tyson. He was bullied when he was a kid.
Yeah.
Hated bullies. And he took $50,000,
Yeah.
went to the guy who ran the gorilla pit, and offered him $50,000 to get into the gorilla pit to teach the gorilla a lesson. And he was serious.
Oh, my God.
He wanted to, in that moment,
teach the gorilla.
Climb in that gorilla pit and teach the bullying gorilla a lesson. And he offered the guy $50,000 to do it, and he wouldn't take the money.
So Mike Tyson was going to get in there and box him, basically.
Essentially, yeah. I mean
that's his skill, right?
Hey, cut it out.
But, like, all right.
Because there's no, like, bumping Mexico to the winding up here.
Back to your corner, gorilla.
It's sponsored by Budweiser.
So I want you to think about this. Like, one gorilla versus 100 men.
Yeah.
That's a silly thought exercise. But if you're this gorilla keeper, now, if Mike Tyson gets in this gorilla pit, he's going to die.
Yeah.
Right? And you're going to lose your job, and you may be facing charges.
Yeah.
But in 1989,
I'm taking that 50 G's.
So you would have no problem watching Mike Tyson have his arms ripped off?
No, I'm leaving. I didn't see nothing. I must have left the gate open. God damn it.
Could you imagine that headline the next day in America?
Mike
not. Tyson murdered by a gorilla. $50,000 missing from his pocket. All right, we have a dynamite stay away from all gorillas kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's what's Kimmy doing in your hood?
Kimmy's got a post from the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud. Going to remove all street names, town references, but there's still little things in there, man.
Oh, sure.
Little clues that if you listen,
have to listen,
you'll be able to figure out where they whine, and we'll do it just after 9 o'clock. So set your phone alarms. Come on back, or stay with us the whole time.
Okay.
What else you got going on?
Yeah.
What are you fighting gorillas?
I hope not.
Seriously. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
There was a major event over the weekend. An event that is not unique to Rochester, but every time it comes to Rochester, sells out immediately.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you what it was. And Kimmy, her take seeing this story was absolutely right.
Yeah.
Because your kid, if you have them, wants to do everything all the time.
Sure.
And there are times where, for the sake of your own sanity, and maybe even your wallet, you have to keep things from your child.
Oh.
And I'm sure I was not the only father this weekend that did everything I could to keep my child away from seeing this being here.
Oh.
And we'll get to it next here in the break room. I'll see you back. If you got kids, they want to do everything all the time.
Oh,
right?
sure.
You find that out every time they have a break, spring break being 2 weeks ago. I want to do this. I never get to do that. Will you let me do that? You can't take it. It's stressful. It's expensive.
Yeah.
So every once in a while, there will be something you'll see that you know your kid would love to be a part of. And for your own sanity, you must do this. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. We got a little bit of pizza drama on the east side.
Yeah, big one. It's been going on for a while, right?
Are we talking about the same pizza drama?
Maybe not.
What are you talking about?
The one at a country club.
No. I wanted to do that story, Oak Hill pizza drama, but it is far too convoluted to do on the show. There's a lot of stories.
All right, so what's the other one?
Pizza drama.
What I'm talking about with some pizza drama on the east side is a man who is ready to expand his pizza business.
Oh.
And one of the major pizza places in Rochester, he says, is standing in his way.
Wait, another pizza joint?
Yes, due to a court. It turns out that the world of pizza in Rochester may be more incestuous than we thought.
Oh, it's big business.
It is. We'll get to it.
He's made a couple of dudes multimillionaires.
Yeah,
right?
You ain't kidding, man.
Yeah.
Household names. We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So over the weekend, the 4th annual Brick Universe Lego Expo was at the Dome Arena in Henrietta.
This is Legos.
Yeah.
That's what I just said.
Well, you said a bunch of stuff. Brick Lego.
Brick Universe Lego Expo.
Oh, so it's just Lego.
Well, yeah, but it's like the big Lego.
This is the big
Lego.
one.
Yeah, it travels the country.
Oh, of course. Why not? Who wouldn't want to go see it?
So it's got master. Yeah, Kimmy's right. A lot of people. So it's got like master builders that travel with this thing.
Master builders.
What they call them, man. Master builders.
Okay.
And they put on displays. You also have dealers who will sell not only like out of print, I guess you would call Lego sets, but like things they make themselves. Like my daughter loves Legos, so she went one year and she got like street lights that actually work to put in her little Lego city.
Cute.
Oh, now it's cute.
It's cute because it's for a kid.
Uh-huh.
If you told me your 35-year-old daughter was doing it, I would be concerned for you.
There are lots of men of that age bracket that love Legos.
That are sad.
That go to this thing. The 2-day event has become so popular.
How popular is it?
They have to sell tickets in 2-hour time slots so they can get everyone in, and it still sells out.
So there's like a limited time you can be in there looking because they got to move the people through?
Yeah, you got it. You buy your 2-hour timestamp ticket. You get 2 hours to walk around it, and then they put the next group of people.
Okay.
And we have talked about, Tommy, on the past in this show, how popular Legos have gotten the last few years.
And you said they were super expensive.
Unbelievably
and they're
expensive.
collectibles, like they're rare Legos, right? Rare Lego sets, I should say.
Like my daughter, my youngest, loves Legos, and she loves The Simpsons. There is a Lego Simpsons house that they made a couple of years ago. If you want to get your hands on it now, in the box,
how much?
$800 minimum.
Kiss my Lego ass.
Yeah, there's a reason we ain't got it.
Yeah.
But like when you walk into the Lego store, if you want to buy like a building, she's really into like building a city.
Yeah.
Like those big buildings can go anywhere from like $100 to $300-$400.
Well, plus the permits and everything else.
And don't forget about the taxes.
Oh, yeah.
It's obscene, bottom line. So here's the thing.
What?
Kimmy, you saw this story over the weekend.
Yeah.
And even not having kids, you had the exact right take.
Well, because okay, so I know this is like the big Lego thing that comes to town, but there have been other ones in between, right? So like it kind of seems like maybe every few months there's some sort of like Lego or toy thing going on. And I'm just thinking, like, as a parent, like, you can't take your kid to all of these things. It's impossible time-wise, money-wise, effort-wise, everything. So there have to be things like this that parents pray to God their kids do not see so they don't have to go to it. It's something that their kid would love and cherish, but that you just don't want to deal with it that day.
But as soon as, like, you go to this stuff, right, and you interact with it, your kid's going to start getting like notifications that it's coming to town and alerts, right?
Probably.
So how do you even? You can't.
I know it is hard to like. You know, before if it was just like on a TV commercial or something, maybe you could avoid watching TV and seeing it. But it would be hard at this point to keep them from seeing it at all.
So my youngest went to this last year.
Yeah.
And she loved it. And I did not want to do it again this year. Just didn't have it in me.
Yeah.
So I did exactly what Kimmy described. Luckily, I was the one that bought the tickets, so I was the one getting the notifications and the emails and stuff. My youngest had no idea it was coming.
All right.
And I just kept my mouth shut.
Okay.
We were
and
gonna.
Then you just play dumb if she finds out it was here.
Yes, exactly.
I didn't know.
Exactly. And you can call me a monster if you want to, but the fact is, most parents do this a couple of times a year. You do all you can to hide some event from your kid that they know they want to go to because it costs too much or it's too much of a hassle to get in or there's too many people to deal with when you get there.
Yeah. I have a friend who she every year, like, I think her daughter's probably grown out of it now, but like for a few years she had to hide the Disney on Ice thing that was coming to
Which
town.
is hard because that's everywhere.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
And that's super expensive too, right?
Yeah.
Because you got to buy all the crap when you get in there.
Bro, the tickets are ridiculous. And then, you
go all out one year and think, oh, we don't have to do that again, but yeah, you do.
And like the souvenirs they hit you with, right when you walk in, they have like a stand they set up, and it all lights up and it all makes noises and it's got all their favorite characters and everything is 40% more expensive than it would be anywhere else, and it's already expensive. And then they have you want popcorn? You can get this special character popcorn bucket.
And then you get to keep the bucket.
Yeah,
right?
it's $40. $40 for what are you going to use this bucket for?
It'll be out. It'll be in your garage. You'll be picking up dog crap.
It'll be the puke bucket.
God, it is stupid. But yes, I mean, they know they got you, right? And here's the thing. There is this internal fight as a parent. Do I want to give this memory to my child, which they're going to cherish forever? Because they do, right? Those will be the things.
Well, that's the problem. You bring them once, and they love it so much. That's why you have to hide it from them moving forward.
But here's the thing. I think once is enough, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't for us. As soon as I got something, I wanted more of it.
Yeah, but you're a spoiled-ass kid.
Yeah, but you were. I mean, you would have been spoiled if your parents did it right.
No, they didn't. They did it right. Well, they didn't mean to do it right, but they did it right.
All right. But every kid just wants everything.
Yeah, that's my point. That's why we can't keep doing all this stuff, man.
Is it easier if they've never been, or do they want to go more because they've never been? Because as a parent, you could lie to them and be like, it's not what it looks like on TV. But if they've been once, they're now hooked.
And their friends go, and they're going to hear those experiences.
True. Yeah, that's
you're going to lose this fight, man.
Oh no, there are parents that continue to win it, and I mean, it gets to a point where sometimes you just have to be a dick and be like, we're not going.
Yeah, but then you got to listen to all that. Then the drama goes up in your house.
Yeah.
So then you got to live with that. There's no out.
You hear this spoiled ass bitch ass kid here? I'm gonna make your life miserable if you don't take me to Disney on Ice.
I'm taking it up to a 10, baby.
I want to go to the Lego that, and then I want to go to Disney on Ice. Then I want to go to monster trucks. So you swallow Lego, and I talk like this. 252 WCMF, the fourth annual Brick Universe Lego Expo was at the Dome Arena over the weekend. It's a wildly popular Lego convention, and I know there are a lot of parents, like Kimmy said, that when they saw this, they were just going to keep their mouth shut because they didn't have the time or the money to go.
I'm pretty sure there was a short phase in my life where I really wanted to be a Girl Scout, and we just happened to miss the meeting every year. Oh, that was going on tonight. Darn, maybe next year.
No, I mean, what sucks about being a parent now is, Kimmy, it does feel like when we were growing up, our parents were all on the same page, where it's you can do one or two things, and that was the end of it.
You could be a dick to your kids. You could tell them no.
I don't that's not being a dick.
No, but you could be
You can't do
straight.
everything.
You could tell them no. And not have to, my parent could just tell you no and not give you a reason.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I'm the parent, we ain't going.
Okay.
I don't want to do that.
Gotcha, I get what you're saying.
But you can't do that now.
Well, that's
you look like a bad person.
That's just it. There's also, it's not just the wanting to make your kid happy or wanting to avoid the drama of a spoiled only child like Tommy Muley screaming his lungs off. And I know he had older brothers, but they were out of the house.
Oh, wait.
It's the judgment from the other parents that'll also get you, because everybody has that family member or friend or parent of a kid that they're on Facebook all the time, and they are taking their kids to every single thing that comes to town.
Yeah.
And you see them, and you hate this parent, and you think they're a tryhard and a douche, but at the same time, it makes you feel like less of a mother or a father for not providing all of this for your child.
Yeah, you feel like you're falling back.
Yeah.
And your kid's going to have a friend that does it all, right? Your kid's going to befriend somebody whose parents take them to everything. They're involved in every activity.
The cool parent.
They're just, I don't know, kind of go-getter type of family.
There was this family down the street from us where I grew up. They were the St. Denis family. Very nice people. Very nice people. But
they sound wealthy.
I don't know. Well, here's the thing. It's hard for me to tell.
Well, they were doing better than y'all.
Well, yeah. So I remember they were getting the exorbitant amount in 1994, 95 of $15 a week for their allowance, these kids. It was 2 boys and a girl.
That's fat.
It was. And they were really good at saving their money. And because of this, they were able to buy all of the coolest toys that ever existed. It was when Power Rangers was big. Ooh. And I remember going over to their house, and Brian, who was my brother's age, had the Green Ranger dagger that was also a flute. You never saw these, man.
Okay.
You never saw. They had all of the action figures, like everything you could want as a kid.
Even the ones that went bad in real life.
Yeah, all of them. But like, I mean, they were friends of ours, but I also secretly hated them.
Sure.
Right? Because like,
and you wanted that for yourself.
of course I wanted it.
It's
I was
the
a
good
kid.
life. Everybody
also-
wants the good life.
Yes.
You also hated them because they got bored with it fast too.
No, those kids, they never did. They always
'Cause
played
I remember
with them.
like the kid that had everything. Like I was like, yes, we finally get to play whatever game it was, and then they'd be like, you want to go do something else? Like, no, this is my chance.
That did happen. Yeah, because
Yeah.
they all see him. Remember the Virtual Boy?
No.
It was like old VR. It was like a red thing. It actually gave kids like eye injuries.
I
You
don't
put it on,
remember
so
this.
like goggles?
Yeah, it was made by Nintendo and it was a video game.
Oh,
right?
all
But
right.
Oh yes, I do. I did know one kid that had
the
that.
kid got the Virtual Boy.
Yes.
And I was like, oh, this is
Yes.
great. We tried it one time. I was like, oh, my head hurts. But the fact is that he got it.
And now he has cataracts.
No, I mean, the most complicated situation with these like events, the
Yeah.
Lego Universe or the Disney on Ice or the whatever it is, right? When another parent offers to take your kid with their kid,
You're screwed.
because you can't say no.
No, but you got to give the kid the money.
Yep.
You're not out the money. Well, you're out some of the money because now you don't have to pay for yourself.
Okay, but I'm still giving my kid money, and
But it's a discount.
But here's the thing, like, you know, when parents take other kids somewhere, it's never just that event either. It's always
Yeah.
like they're going to stop for lunch. So like I got to give my kid extra money for that, right? Pay admission, buy them for them to buy stuff
Yeah.
when they get there. You also have this feeling as a parent that you now owe that other parent
You do.
down the road. Like I have to take their kid to something because they have taken my kid. So it's not like I'm saving money.
Yeah.
So it's just a circular, never-ending firing school out of misery.
Like of all the things they tell you about having kids before you have kids, they leave this one out.
Yeah.
And this is a big part of having kids is like how much you bring or do with your kid as they get older.
Yeah. And it's all money. It's just nothing but money.
And it just gets more expensive. Like my 14-year-old's at the age now where she wants to start going to concerts.
Concerts?
Oh yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
What, 14?
Yeah.
No, man, not by
That's a fortune.
No
Oh,
kidding.
I'm not
Especially
saying it's
now.
not cheap, but
Yeah,
I
you
get
can.
like I get that that's the age where you really start to get interested.
That's
in
like
that kind of
$200 a seat.
Yeah, well, not who my daughter wants. She wants to go see everyone. Beyonce, Taylor Swift. Like
Oh,
that's
those are the
$200
big
is
ones.
cheap.
Yeah, that's the but those are out of town concerts.
Yeah, no kidding. So the thing is, so Kendrick Lamar, you know, the rapper who did the halftime show.
Yeah.
He's coming to the Sky Dome, Rogers Center in Toronto.
Ooh, boy.
And she wants to go to that. And she does not understand. I'm not driving to Toronto.
Yeah.
I'm not
a
paying
lot
for
of
the
costs
ticket.
there.
I'm not getting a hotel that night because we're not driving back at 2:00 in the morning. And she's like, she can't wrap her head around. Like, wait a minute. Everyone's going. Who? I don't know, but everyone's gonna be there. Everybody gonna be there.
So I had to do this with my nieces twice because my sister didn't want to take the kids.
You took him to
Oh.
Kendrick Lamar.
No, to see Bon Jovi
Oh.
and then Poison and Tesla at the Miami Arena.
But you went, you did it.
She didn't want to go, so I
Oh.
got recruited to take them.
Ah.
And it was the biggest night of. It was interesting. 'Cause I'd never go to these shows.
Yeah.
It was also misery the entire time, there and back. But they were probably, I guess they were about 14, 15.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
about that age where kids
Yeah.
start like, you know, doing
Yeah.
this thing. I just don't want to spend the
Oh,
money.
it sucks.
Right? I mean, not to sound like an old man, but Kimmy, concert tickets
Yeah,
today
I
are
mean,
not even close to
they're
what they
not.
were.
It's gotta
No,
be
It was. I mean, I think it was
minimum
like
$250.
relatively. It was expensive when we were kids, but I mean, now it's insane.
All right, so lock your kids in the basement and don't let them have any kind of
Yeah.
TV or phone.
Unplug the cable.
All right, great. Let's take a break. We got some pizza drama, son.
Yes, what's going on?
Well, there is a man who is building himself a pizza business.
Is he a newcomer?
Well, he's got 3 locations.
All right.
But I don't think you're familiar with this pizza
Yeah.
place. He wants to build a 4th in this seaside town, but a court order is preventing
Wait, the
that.
courts got involved?
Well, here's the thing. He signed something a couple of years ago.
So he's got like a lease?
based on where he was before. It has nothing to do with a lease. He signed something with another name brand pizza place here in Rochester.
Yeah.
And it turns out that the pizza game that we all know and love here in the Flower City may
Yeah.
be way more incestuous
Oh.
than we thought. And we'll get into the story next here in the break room on CMF. You think pizza's just pizza, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you're wrong.
Whoa.
In Rochester, pizza's life. And folks who make your pizza, they're all intertwined. So much so that 2 pizza places here in town could be going to court because one is ready to start slinging pies on the turf of a Rochester icon.
Damn.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. We got some East Side drama, buddy.
What's going on?
This is kind of disappointing because I like this town. And, Kimmy, I thought this town knew what this town was. You know, real people, working class, most of it. Yet, we got some angry folks yelling that Airbnbs are destroying their community.
Oh.
I didn't know this was a problem in this town.
Well, you know, you think about it, it does have like its resorty areas.
True.
It is right on the water.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to tell you what is happening in the town of Irondequoit.
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yep.
Eric Levan owns a pizza place called Pizza 151.
All right.
And it is so successful that he wants to open up a new location to add to the 3 he already has. This new location would be in the Panorama Plaza in Penfield.
Oh, okay.
There's just one problem.
What's the problem?
The law
Yeah.
says he can't.
Why?
Well, more specifically, a contract he himself signed.
Oh.
So Eric used to own parts of and eventually outright owned 2 Mark's Pizzeria locations.
He's a franchise guy.
You got it. So 6 years ago, Eric decided to strike out on his own. And in doing so, he signed some paperwork with the people over at Mark's Pizzeria.
Oh.
The paperwork.
Read the fine print.
Well,
did
he did. He was aware of what he was signing.
okay.
It says in the Rochester
I thought he
Business
was like
Journal.
surprised by this news.
No, he knew.
Gotcha.
But the paperwork said he could have his own pizza place,
Right.
but he could not operate his restaurant within 10 miles of any Mark's
10
Pizzeria
miles?
Oh man.
for 10 years.
Wow. That's
That's a huge area, man.
yeah.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
He's been successful enough while observing this rule
Okay.
that he's had 3 pizza places. He's
All
got
right.
3 of
I
them.
wonder how he found spots that qualified.
10 miles. That is a lot of
Yeah,
fun.
that's a
lot.
pretty
I
big
mean,
area.
I
lot
thought
of
there were
money.
marks in just about every suburb around Rochester.
Well, he found a way.
All right.
But in opening this shop in Panorama Plaza, he would be violating that deal that he signed.
Well, it sounds pretty cut and dry.
All right, well, here's the thing.
What?
Eric says not as cut and dry as you think.
Oh.
Eric claims that he does not use any trade secrets he learned at Mark's for his new pizza venture. So it's not like he has an edge up
Or like
over
a recipe or something.
Exactly. He also says that Mark's is not concerned about him as competition because Mark's opened their own location within a mile of his Chyler location in July of 2019 after he opened his. His argument is if Mark's thought they couldn't compete with him, they wouldn't have opened up that location.
Okay.
Because of this,
Yeah.
he is arguing that he should be able to open his Pizza 151 location in the Panorama Plaza, and that it is unfair that Mark's continues to block him in this way.
Yeah, but you sign that piece of paper, man.
Now,
Sounds like you're locked in.
well, here's the thing. New York, it's not known if they'll enforce this because there are some cases in the past of like non-compete, stuff like that, where the state's like, yeah, you can't do that. So it's unknown. But he could end up in court. He could get sued, could get a bunch of money. He wants to make sure that if he opens up this place, everything's going to be just fine.
True.
Now, because we are a fair show, we have to point out the story in the Rochester Business Journal had no comments from Mark's Pizzeria, so we don't even actually know how they feel about the whole thing.
Yeah.
They might be like, fine, go open up the pizza place. But Pizza 151 is ready for their Penfield location and wants the state to side with them in court.
Okay, like to the Supreme Court of New York State.
I mean, I guess it could get there eventually. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
All right.
It's a lot of pizza drama.
It is.
It is a lot of pizza drama.
Does the average Rochester resident have more than one pizza place they frequent?
Yeah, I would say I have at least 3.
Okay.
At least 3 usual go-tos that I don't mind like interchanging.
That's every Rochester resident,
Yeah,
right?
every now and then you branch out, try something new, but I don't just stick to one place and one place only.
Like, however your day goes dictates where you will be getting your pizza that night.
Yeah.
I'd ask you, but you eat like a bitch.
No, but when I ate, I always went to Salvador's because it was right in Webster.
So wait,
So that was my joint.
that was you had one pizza spot.
Well, because it was right there. So, and that was like the biggest name in town at that time. So I always Salvador. And he even had one when he opened up. Like he took over this coffee shop, and then he put like subs and all that stuff and fries.
Subs and fries.
So, because it's hard to find subs with French fries.
I agree with you.
No,
with
you're
you on
right.
So
that.
like
You're right.
you could
You're
walk
right.
in there and get a good sub and hot fries.
Yeah.
I loved it. So like he was the man to me.
Somebody opens up a joint that's called Subs and Fries on there every day.
Yeah.
No, but here's the thing. Look,
but I didn't, and or I grab it at Wegmans. Okay, and I know you hate that. Even though those people train in Tuscany.
No, but you keep saying that it's not true.
Yeah.
I worked there. They didn't send me to Tuscany.
Well, you ain't sending your busted ass there, Scoop Boy.
Scoop Boy.
I love Salvatore's. Great pizza, right? I find it weird because every town has 10 pizza places.
Yeah.
Yes.
That you went to one place and one place.
But he kind of like elevated the game because then he took over another spot in Webster where it was a sit-down restaurant.
Okay.
Where he served like other Italian dishes and stuff like that. So it's like, he really, it was like an institution in Webster.
Look, I'm not saying it's not great.
Plus my ex-wife went to school with him, so there was a connection there too.
Yeah, but they weren't going to know if you went to Mark's or Pontello's once or twice.
No, but like, you kind of go with where your wife says, let's go. You just kind of got sucked in with the family.
You're weird, man. I don't think I could eat one pizza place for the rest of my life.
I mean, I could if I had to, but I do like to switch it up.
No, okay, you say you could. Yes, I get it. Fine. All pizza's good, right? Even if it's bad pizza, whatever. That being said, Kimmy, I would be staring out like through windows of other pizza places. Like, well, I wonder what that tastes like.
Here's the thing. Like, I never found a pizza that was any better than his in the way he did it.
Okay.
Like, the guy is sharp. Like, he knows his stuff. Like, and I know Mark's is great too. But like, if I went into Mark's, I wouldn't go, oh, this pizza's so much different than that one.
Different pizza places do their pizza.
There's a little
they're
tweaking,
all known
but
for like a little something different.
You don't know nothing
There's a
about
little
nothing.
Like the
tweaking,
sauce
man,
is
but-
always different from place to place. That varies. The
a
dough.
taste.
I don't know.
You're wrong. You have the worst food takes of all
Yeah, you
time.
do.
It drives me insane.
All right.
No, I mean, like, it also depends on what kind of toppings you're getting on that pizza. It will dictate.
It's all this. It's all
not
the
the same.
standards.
Not
No,
the same.
Some people
Pepperoni's
prefer
pepperoni,
Nope,
sausage,
Nope.
sausage.
You are so wrong. Oh, my
not
God.
true. Some people prefer the cup and char pepperoni, the little ones that like the fold up.
Yep.
Others
I don't
prefer
care
like the
about
big
that.
thin pepperonis.
Those pepperonis all taste the same no matter what size
No,
they
they
are.
don't.
No,
Also,
it's different.
sausage matters. There are some places that do the crumbly sausage. There are some places that do the ball sausages.
You like sausage?
Oh, you're like, yeah, I love sausage.
Why did you tell me you like sausage?
Why? What's going on?
I just jumped into the sausage game.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Phallic meat. Where can I find this?
Open up a little kiosk in the men's room.
Where's that? Tom?
It's called Uncle Giuseppe Tommy's Older School, Older Country, from the sausage country to your mouth, and a specialist sauce
252 WCMF.
all over your face.
252 WCMF. God. 252-9263. We started this conversation talking about a man named Eric. He owns pizza places called Pizza 151. He has 3 locations. He wants to open a 4th location, Panorama Plaza in Penfield. Problem is, he used to own a couple of Mark's pizzerias after working for them for a while. When he left to open up his own place, he signed a non-compete, I guess you would call it.
Yeah.
Right? He is, for 10 years, he was not allowed to open any of his pizza places within 10 miles of a Mark's Pizzeria. However, this Panorama Plaza would violate that. He says that this should not count anymore. One, Mark's opened up a pizzeria within a mile of his in Chilai in 2019, so they're not worried about competing with him. Two, he says he has not taken any trade secrets away from Mark's, so no reason to keep him there. But we're talking about how this may not even matter anyway, because if we all go to multiple pizza places, Mark's and them competing with each other in the same spot may not hurt business.
Yeah.
So you know what used to make us switch up pizza places, like as a family, as a kid? Coupon books. And I haven't seen a good coupon book in a long time, so I wonder if people are just sticking to like one spot all the time because, they're not likely to branch out and try something new with that pizza offer.
I don't know. I think it's a Rochester tradition.
To move around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, I live in Henrietta.
Yeah.
I will drive every once in a while to Columbini's in Chilai. That has been open forever because I love that.
But that's the thing, though. You shouldn't even have to drive that far because, usually wherever you live, there's a minimum of 3 different spots within a mile.
No, you're right. We have 4 on rotation that will deliver to the house, but every once in a while, I got a hankering for Columbini's.
Is that the one with the mini pizza?
No, that's Savastano's, which I will also go to in Gaines.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I love Savastano's.
That is unique. That little pizza is pretty cool.
They're so good.
Delicious.
Anyway, now, the weird part about this whole story, about Mark's and the competition and Pizza 151 and the contract or whatever.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Mom and pop pizza places almost never go out of business in the greater Rochester area.
Well, yeah, unless they just retire and die.
Yeah, I've seen...
Or a combo plate of the two.
Happy Tuesday, everybody.
No, but
you're all going to die.
No, but they age out and the kids don't want to take over the business because it's ball busting work.
Yeah. Think of all of the pizza places, the mom and pop pizza places around your house right now. They've been open 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Like I brought up Columbini's. That place was open before I was born.
But those places are going to go away eventually because of those. Nobody's going to want to take over that business. It's 24/7 job.
Understood, but if they
and nobody wants to make pizzas anymore.
But let's say they do end that way.
Nobody wants to work.
It's not going to be because somebody ran them out of business.
No, they're just going to you age out.
Yeah.
Well, I have seen. Have you seen like one pizza franchise swap for another pizza like the same spot?
Somebody else moves
turned
in.
into like a different pizza franchise. Like they weren't like necessarily like no name places, but yeah, like I have seen. I don't know if they went out of business or if they just sold or what the story was.
I don't mean to keep saying Columbini's, but like Pontillo's opened up a location like literally right next door to them, and both of them have been in business for like 8 years, right?
Yeah.
Like how bad does your pizza have to be in Rochester for you to go under? Because I can't think of a single mom and pop pizza
There's
place.
got to be one.
Oh yeah.
Name it.
Somebody's got to do it wrong.
Name it.
There was the one spot that used to be on Park Ave. I think it's like the Fox's Deli branch now.
Okay.
But
Are you talking about Chester Cab Pizza?
No. It was Mazzaroni's.
Oh, Marvin Mazzaroni.
Something like that. But that used to be there, and that's not there anymore.
Okay, so we found one.
But it does still
But that's
exist
probably
in other
hipster
places.
pepperoni.
Hipster pepperoni.
Yeah, different.
You know, there's also pizza places that have existed forever that I've never tried here in Rochester that I've been dying to try.
Oh.
I've never had Pudgy's Pizza.
Oh,
my
yeah. I
husband
have
raves
had.
about that.
I pudged.
You've Pudgy before?
Yes.
Yeah? No, I've seen some of the girls you dated. I understand. Like, there's one in Irondequoit.
Yeah.
There's one in Canandaigua. Whenever my daughter's got a hockey game out in Canandaigua, we drive past it, and I'm like, I'm going to stop at Pudgy's.
It's a great name for a pizza joint.
It is.
It is.
It is.
But I don't know how, in 38 years living in this town, I've never managed to have a piece of Pudgy's Pizza.
Right.
Makes me feel like I'm missing something. You know, all of these pizza restaurants, too, as we talk about this story, this guy that used to work for Mark's, owned a couple of Mark's, opens up his own place. Are all of these pizza restaurants coming from other pizza restaurants in Rochester?
Like guys that worked at other.
I didn't
So
even think
usually
about that.
the guys that I know that went out, there was a family or a restaurant connection.
Okay.
There was a kid that sold here that his family was big in the restaurant business. He opened up 2-ton Tony's.
Okay.
And I think he's still going strong. But he still was like, he worked in a restaurant business his whole life.
Because like if it really is an issue for some of these for like Salvatore's or Mark's or Pontillo's or whatever, Cariglio's, to have people going off and doing it on their own, why not open up like a pizza university? And like
teach the art of pizza.
Well, like here's the thing.
Of Rochester pizza specifically.
If you're going to hire these people to work for you and they're just going to end up walking and starting their own place anyway, why not make a little money? Like if I'm Salvatore.
Like an institution?
Yeah.
Like an institute to teach you how to do it?
Yeah, I'm dead ass serious. Take one of my places, turn it into half a culinary kitchen.
Pizza U.
Yes, I will.
I would buy that T-shirt.
Welcome to Pizza University. We'll teach you how to open up your own pizza franchise. I mean,
All
you're
right.
going to compete with me anyway.
Yeah.
Why not get paid up front?
Okay.
No?
Hey, but then you're also creating more competition for yourself.
But you're going to do it anyway.
Yeah, like you said.
If they come and work for you and they decide they want to do this for the rest of their life, you're not getting anything out of them.
Yeah, but you also don't want them to go off and be really good.
Okay.
Because that cuts into my stuff.
Again, I don't think you're cutting into profits.
No.
Everybody wants
And
pizza.
I don't think you want to create stress with Italians doing business. We had that before.
There was nothing we could do. All right, let's take a break. Let's go from pizza drama to home drama. Because,
Who's home?
Well, look, I mean, living with next to people, that's tough.
Oh, yeah.
Neighbor drama will happen.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's even harder when the neighbors keep changing.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't mean like selling the house over and over again. I mean like every day there's new neighbors.
Yeah.
Because this house has no one living in it. It's an Airbnb. The town of Irondequoit is doing what the town of Pittsford, at least debating it.
Yeah.
Something we talked about a couple of
They're
weeks ago.
cracking down.
And Pittsford, most people seem to be on one side.
Mm-hmm.
Irondequoit seems a little more split.
Yeah.
And Kimmy, I got to be honest with you. This is a little disappointing because I kind of thought we knew, Irondequoit knew what it was.
But then again, every time we've talked about it.
Well, it's changing. New folks coming in, right?
We'll get into it. And we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, it made sense that Pittsford would have a problem with Airbnb.
Yeah, we're stuffy.
Yes, old money.
Oh, yeah.
You don't understand real-world money issues.
Keep it the way it is.
But this town,
yeah,
it's a little more surprising.
What happened?
Well, when it comes to real-world money issues, the biggest argument for Airbnbs is also why some younger people are even able to think about owning a home right now.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:30 this morning. Oh, boy.
What happened?
Well, we've been talking about the NFL draft. What the
yeah. Still going on?
Yeah, no, it's all over. It's all over. But the general manager of the Buffalo Bills, he's a little fired up.
Yeah.
He was on one of our sister stations in Buffalo yesterday. I'm sure if you're a Bills fan, you already know what we're talking about.
A little out of character, I guess, huh?
You have not seen him like this before.
Yeah.
Kimmy.
Yeah.
You had the exact take that got these guys screamed at.
No, I didn't. You did, my friend.
I did. No, I'll stand by it.
I can play the audio.
I'll stand by it. I didn't think that what these guys said.
I mean, we kind of went back and forth, but we were essentially saying the same thing.
I didn't think what these guys said that Brandon Beane heard was all that controversial.
So they were just asking him general questions, and he kind of went off.
It kind of seemed like maybe he had enough of the these guys obviously weren't the only people criticizing him, but I think for whatever reason he heard enough that day.
Tommy, he went off before a question was asked.
Oh, really?
And we will play you the audio just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. We got Airbnb drama in the town of Arundel.
What happened, man?
The town board out there is discussing the idea of banning long-term Airbnb, Vrbo, other sites that, rentals in town. And that potential ban has its supporters.
Okay.
10 NBC went and covered this meeting, and they talked to a man named Mark. I should say Mark got up and spoke at the meeting. Mark says that this Airbnb madness is ruining the neighborhood that he lives in.
So they all come down there. They all park there. They all hang out all night long. They have parties. They have the fire pit. They have a hot tub. They have all that stuff going. There's some other neighbors that don't want to come. They don't want to speak, but they have complained to the town. It's the same thing. The neighborhood is a different neighborhood than it was before.
A different neighborhood.
Yeah.
By the way, it looks like they live right down on the lake.
Yep.
Or on the bay area, maybe.
Oh, nice area, man.
Where have you gone, Joe DiMaggio?
Well, I mean, he makes a point.
Oh, does he? Says stuffy old guy who doesn't own his own house?
They don't maintain the properties.
God, shut up.
No, because they'll just...
But I would argue they have to maintain the property, otherwise nobody's going to stay there.
Checkmate.
Go around Florida and see what some of those neighborhoods look like that one Airbnb. They don't take care of them, man, because they'll just flip them.
Oh, down in Florida?
Yeah.
What about Irondequoit?
Same thing.
It's not the same thing.
It's the same concept, though.
Well, I would say you have less to choose from here, so
they'll bang them up, and they're not going to take.
He's just going to keep yelling old man stuff, so it's not.
No,
even
but I've seen it. YouTube had not seen it.
Show me in Rochester where you've seen it.
I'll show you 2 doors down from me where they let the place go.
Man,
the grass was 6 inches, Pat.
Get that? Wait, seriously?
Yeah, the toter sat out on that front porch for 2 weeks.
Man, so
the toter.
So you bought their house then, and so you could do what you wanted with it?
Well, I can't afford it.
Oh no, then shut. You can't.
But
afford
I can't sell
house.
my house with this kind of ramshackle toter situation.
You don't have a house to sell.
And high grass.
You do not have a house to sell. Okay, so here's the thing. I understand that a lot of people feel the way that Mark, who you just heard from, does. Tommy obviously is that guy, but not everyone feels the way Mark does. Because there was a woman named Miranda who also got up and spoke. She is a younger woman.
So she wants to do Airbnb.
Yes, she lives across the street from Mark, right? And she says that for the ability for her to own a home, let me try that again. The ability for her to own a home exists solely on the ability to rent Airbnb space.
We all know how hard it is for younger millennials and Gen Zs to purchase their first home, and short-term renting has allowed me to purchase my first home. In Irondequoit, you have the Holiday Inn Express and the Hampton Inn. And for the visitors to the town, and we have many, ask yourself if those are the accommodations you want our beautiful town to be associated with.
Ooh, good point, Miranda.
I'm a little confused, though.
Yeah, go ahead.
She's a first-time home buyer. Yes. She bought an Airbnb.
No. I get the impression that's how she lives in. So with Airbnb, you are able to rent out rooms in your
spaces.
house.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's also possible that if somebody wants to rent her house, she just goes and lives with her mom and dad for a couple of days.
Okay,
right?
all right.
So here's the thing. Everyone knows what the cost of buying a home is
Oh, it's too damn high, Pat.
in Rochester. And there is a way, if there is a way, short of selling meth, that you can run a business out of your home. How can you stop someone from doing it? Right?
But doesn't this keep driving the prices up because there's no place for a person to buy a house to just live in if these Airbnbs are all over.
So here's the thing: if these people are buying them just for Airbnbs, you're right.
Yeah.
But if these people
like
are
if
living,
they're just going and scooping up all the houses.
Yes, but if these people are renting them out while they're gone
to help them cover the cost of their home.
Yes, or renting a room. I mean, look, Pittsford is toying with this idea as well. And I'm sure there will be more towns jumping on this potential Airbnb train as we move along. But, Tommy, these towns need younger couples, younger people.
They do. But we don't need the fire pit jackasses.
You have a fire pit.
But I don't jackass because it's too hard to change the tank.
I'm going to talk to Kimmy now.
Yeah.
Kimmy, without younger people buying homes and staying, towns don't survive. And if you don't allow them this chance to make money, you could be keeping the young people out of your town.
Yeah, but what about the riffraff?
What is the riffraff?
Bro, you know the riffraff.
Do I know the riffraff?
Okay. It is funny because
these room-renting bums. Basically, it's like a boarding house.
You squat in your wife's house.
You're gonna get grifters.
Yeah, hello.
Carpetbaggers.
Yeah. You don't even know what a carpetbagger is.
I know.
And you are a carpetbagger. You're the definition of a carpetbagger.
It is funny because we do make fun of Tommy and Pittsford for having this take, but I will say those little communities on the lake are super, super tight knit and super, super keep everybody out. This is our space kind of areas. So I can totally see people in like those spots where like these people live, like pushing back on it the hardest
like
out of any
Somerville
place in
area,
Rochester. Oh yeah.
Joints.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, look, and I get it. I understand that nobody wants things to change.
Well, they want to keep it quaint and resorty.
Fine, but okay, you want to keep it quaint and resorty, but you don't want it to be a resort.
Right, but because what's going to happen is the summertime's going to get loud.
Yeah.
Oh, you know it's going to get loud.
Was it get loud? You know, the funny thing about this is like I am sure that the people that are anti-Airbnb in there where they live have been using Airbnbs.
Oh, like when they go on vacation.
I mean, look, it's at the point where most people have at least tried an Airbnb because you're anti-Airbnb.
Well, I have used Airbnb.
Yeah, but you're anti-Airbnb.
Not my neighborhood.
Now but when I go,
let Florida become a sinkhole.
And here's the thing: when you went to Florida, you were just in a regular neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In an Airbnb.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The exact thing that you are arguing against right now.
Yes.
You hypocritical bitch. I mean, look, if I'm wrong, tell me. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And I get that it can be inconveniencing. But it's someone else's house.
Yeah.
You're trying to control someone else's house.
Not control, just put some guardrails up so we can all have a decent neighborhood and we can all maintain our property value. Okay. Is that too much to ask?
Again, you don't have to worry about maintaining your property value right now because the only way some people can afford homes is to use the Airbnb.
But that's not going to last.
Okay.
You know, the markets, switch around.
Okay.
The dip's coming.
Oh, wait, well, then you won't have to worry about the Airbnbs.
Well, maybe. Or unless it's too late. They've already destroyed the fabric of the neighborhood.
I mean, I do wonder if these people would rather have Airbnb guests where sometimes, you could get a bad mix of people that cause some trouble, but it's temporary, or just having somebody move in there that's a crappy neighbor overall.
Well, that's, Kimmy, like, that's always what makes me
laugh
about.
You know what I mean?
Like
you don't know that everybody's going to come in and follow the rules when they buy a new house.
No, but you're right, and that's what's so funny to me about, like, these lake communities. Like, we want to keep I'm like, bro, come on.
Right.
Come on. Why don't you let someone set up a camera at 10 o'clock on a Friday, Saturday night in the middle of the summer? We'll see who's being respectful. 252-WCMF. The town of Irondequoit is toying with the idea of putting a 29-day limit on Airbnbs in the town of Irondequoit. It's got its supporters. It's got its detractors. Tommy, obviously anti-Airbnb, even though he uses them. Jacob writes us on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. Airbnb opened up a couple cottages from us, and they take all our parking spots when told not to and act like asshats in their rented boats. Even had one sideswipe the neighbor's car and didn't say anything. I don't care as long as you're respectful. That is cottage. A cottage. Renting space near cottage.
Well, you got sideswiped.
No, the neighbor got sideswiped.
And they're jet acid in the boats up and down the lake all the hours of the night.
So here's where it gets interesting.
What's that?
So we told you up front that this was for long-term rentals only.
Yeah.
So if Irondequoit were to pass this rule, it states that rentals cannot be longer than 29 days.
It's an odd number to pick.
1 day short of a month.
Right. And I think that was done for a reason.
What?
I guess it's I don't know, but it sounds strategic, like they picked it less than a month for a reason to kind of like block them.
I don't know. But it means that even if this passes, like you heard Mark complaining. Can we give Mark one more time? This was Mark. He was a guy that stood up in Irondequoit talking about his issues with Airbnbs in his neighborhood.
So they all come down there. They all park there. They all hang out all night long. They have parties. They have the fire pit. They have a hot tub. They have all that stuff going. There's some other neighbors that don't want to come. They don't want to speak, but they have complained to the town. It's the same thing. The neighborhood is a different neighborhood than it was before.
Okay. So if this passes, it sounds like the issues Mark has won't change at all. Because, Kimmy, it sounds like these are people renting them for a night or a weekend that are coming down partying.
Like you said, short term.
Okay, so, I don't think you're having a 29-day party next to Mark's house.
I don't know how common it would be, especially here, to rent it for a significant period of time.
Well, Miranda brings it up in the story. The woman that spoke that we played a second ago. There are folks that come in for business that have to be here for an extended period. And instead of staying at like a Hampton Inn or a Hilton
they
Suites,
want to be in a house.
You got it.
But I'm guessing that most of these issues are going to be starting soon. Summer rentals. People coming in for the weather.
Yeah.
When it
it's
really
not just
in.
a Dynamite movie, buddy.
It was a good movie.
Sorry, John Candy.
Oh, yeah.
In an air can. Yeah, no, I mean, I think this is why.
I think that's when the noise and the partying and all that stuff's going to start, right?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Here come your bikini-clad ball washers running their mouths all night, vaping, bare-legged, tatted up.
Rich writes us on Instagram. I have zero issues with Airbnbs or similar short-term rentals, just not the guy next door to me, signed every guy my age or older. I mean, that's what this is, right?
Yeah.
It's all it is. Do it over there where I can do it, but not near me.
A few houses down's fine. Not next door.
I'm a little disappointed in the town of Irondequoit.
Why?
Well, look.
I mean, there's a lot of old codgers in there, man.
Pittsford wanting something like an Airbnb ban makes sense because folks that live in Pittsford are completely detached from reality.
Yeah.
But Irondequoit, at least most of it, it's a real town.
Yeah.
It's a town that's also getting younger fast. It's a town that feels like every part of Rochester. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? Like you walk through Irondequoit.
Mix of everything.
Yes, I feel like it is exactly what our community is down in one town.
But you got a lot of old still hanging out there, right? Guys that been in that house 40, 50 years.
But that's what bothers me because this is the second time we have had a story where we have had a man stand in front of a microphone and say they don't want new people in Irondequoit.
In this neighborhood, the wives make the coffee for the husbands.
Right.
Okay? The town is full. We don't need any more people. Okay?
Yeah. That is the greatest Irondequoiter of all time.
What's his name?
Joey Palladino.
Tommy does not remember things I say to him in 15 seconds. That story is now like 4 years old, and you remember that guy's name every time.
I want a statue of him
until he dies.
And right in front of the town hall of Irondequoit, right next to that big plow. And all it's going to say is, the town is full. That's a quote.
Town's full. Okay. Look, I mean, towns in the greater Rochester area need to know what they are. Henrietta knows what it is. Yeah. Webster knows what it is. Fairport, which is an east side hoity-toity town, seems to have a pretty good grasp on what people want from it.
Yeah, they kind of found the balance, I think. You know what I mean, of what they wanted.
Yeah. But when Greece and Gates don't allow legal marijuana sales, when Irondequoit is trying to keep homeowners from making money to afford owning a home, what do you think people from outside your town think about you?
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, maybe they don't care.
But here's the thing. How does this help anyone in the town when you are keeping these things out? How does it help them? Sure, it's a little more quiet around here. It's so quiet around here. Well, guess what? There's no one that can afford that house anymore.
But you know, man, if you get, let's say you open up the Airbnb. If there's one bad issue, and it's bound to happen.
Yeah, true.
It's going to shut the whole thing down.
Wait, say that one more time.
If you, let's say they give into the Airbnb.
Well, it's already there.
Right.
Yeah.
And let's say you have one bad issue.
Okay.
And it could happen.
Yeah.
Man, they're going to flip the F out.
Well,
and that's what they're going to use to shut the whole thing down.
Yeah. Well, I think Airbnb, I'm pretty sure it's Airbnb is the one where, if you have too many complaints from the town or neighbors, Airbnb will shut down your Airbnb. Like you can no longer rent through them.
Okay. But like the Airbnb thing, can't you make the same argument for someone moving in?
Yeah.
And there is no restriction that I could put on you based on federal law on who moves into my neighborhood.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. If we started changing those rules, we've been there before, bud.
1950.
That's what I mean, man. So, like, this whole idea of, like, it's okay, but it's not okay. Homeowners associations exist for what this guy is complaining about with Airbnbs. Because we want, people that are going to observe rules and only certain things and da-da-da.
We want to see Rusty and Karen going off to school in a safe environment.
And if you are a member of a homeowners association, you know how much that sucks. Because when you give average, everyday people power over where they live.
You get the condo cops.
Exactly. Yeah. And you're getting fined for your grass being a quarter inch too high, or your front door is a different kind of color, or whatever. And it sucks. And they can take your house away from you. Your homeowner association, in some cases, can take your house away from you. So if you are one of these people going like, this Airbnb ban sounds like a good idea, you don't know the slippery slope you're about to go down, bud. Just warning you right now. Be cool, everybody.
Okay.
Be cool.
All right. Both sides.
Yes.
Good people on both sides.
No, look, I mean, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Mark, that guy, I get it. I understand where he's coming from. But if you have to be extreme in one way or the other, completely ban them or allow them to go, I got to side with allow them to go. It's America, baby, capitalism.
Right, but there's that nightmare scenario you play in your head, and it's like the version of your dad moving next door to me, right? And that's what you don't want your dad moving next door. You don't want my dad moving next door.
Oh, look at you. Hey, people on both sides.
No, both sides, both bad dads in their own unique, adorable ways.
But if you get Kimmy's dad.
Yeah, but he's cool, dad.
It's a party every night, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Any way you want it, that's the way you need it.
He's going to bring his biggest speaker along with him.
Pineapple Jack's is open for business.
All right, let's take a break. Mark was mad. You heard him about the Airbnbs. Someone else is mad about being criticized.
Oh.
Because he's sick of it. He's heard it.
By the way, it just happened, man. How are you so sick of it and it just happened?
Well, this has been an issue for now. This will be going to the second season.
Oh,
people
right.
questioning not having one of these superstar positions on the team. And Kimmy, I am confused. Because this was a pretty common take from Bills fans.
All right.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I saw it like on like national shows and stuff too. It was the biggest concern for most people regarding the Bills.
And I don't think it's a disrespectful question. But
I think that people have said way worse about the team.
Yes.
I do think, because I caught a little bit of a clip.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Brandon Beane seems to be saying, like, look at the results.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you kind of got lucky here, bro. That wasn't your plan.
I agree with you.
Right? Because everybody was surprised by last season.
All right. We will get into what happened yesterday because some friends of ours on our sister station picked up the phone thinking they were going to have a nice discussion with a guy that everybody loves, and they got chewed out, son. And we'll play it for you next year in the break room. Let's see WCMF. This is supposed to be the happy time of football.
Yeah.
Everyone's in first place.
Yeah.
You got a whole new stable of draft picks.
New stadium around the corner.
Come on, man. But the general manager for the Buffalo Bills, not happy yesterday. And he got not happy for everyone in America to hear.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45. It's a beautiful day in Rochester right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We're going to be diddling 80.
That's some good diddling.
All that is going to change this afternoon because although the temperature will be high, the weather is coming in, and we have potential for this.
Yeah.
And I think we need to propose something new.
What's that?
Well, because like you're so nonchalant about this, I can't wait for your house to collapse. Like this is now a semi-common occurrence in the greater Rochester area.
Especially this time of year.
No, it could possibly.
You say this every time.
And then it happens, and you're like, oh, not a real one, even though like the National Weather Service says it's a real one. Maybe it's time, Kimmy, they give us like a little more information on how to handle this stuff. Because I think I'm scared because I'm not prepared.
Oh, I'm definitely not prepared.
Okay. We'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday here on the show, we had a discussion about whether or not Bills fans should be nervous that they did not take a wide receiver high in the draft.
Yeah, you guys were talking about it a little bit.
Yeah, you were there too.
Yeah. I also joined that conversation.
Now, it seems like a valid question. And, Kimmy, like it's something that Bills fans on social media have been talking about. And so are other radio shows. For example, our sister station, WGR 550 in Buffalo. Jeremy and Joe, it's the morning show on that station if you're not familiar. They had a scheduled interview with Bills general manager Brandon Beane yesterday to kind of talk about the draft.
So it should have been kind of boring, cut and dry conversation.
Yeah, you got it. I mean, Brandon Beane, he's a charming enough guy.
But he's a bean counter.
Yeah, literally and figuratively. And before Brandon Beane came on, the boys on GR were having a similar discussion to what we, and like I said, a lot of Bills fans were having about the wide receiver situation and not taking one in the draft.
Yeah.
While on hold, apparently Brandon Beane heard that conversation.
He wasn't having it.
And he did not like it. And the second he got on the air with Jeremy and Joe, he let it be known.
Yeah, no, it was. It was. I was just listening to the last few minutes of your show before I came on, waiting on here.
All right.
Sounds like 2018 all over with you guys.
Well, how so?
Well, you guys were bitching in 2018 about Josh Allen. You guys wanted Josh Rosen, and now you guys are bitching that we don't have a receiver. I don't get it. Like, we just hold on, let me talk. We just scored 30 points in a row for 8 straight games. A year ago, I get you guys asking why we didn't have receivers, but I don't understand it now. You just saw us lead the league in points when you add all the postseason. No one scored more points than the Buffalo Bills, including the Super Bowl champions. So you just saw us do it without Stephon Diggs, same group. How is this group not better than last year's group? Our job is to score points and win games. Where do we need to get better? Defense. We did that. So I get it. You got to have a show and you got to have something to bitch about. But bitching about wide receiver is one of the dumbest arguments I've heard.
All right.
Hey,
all right.
Brandon Beane, ladies and gentlemen.
And that's how he came out of the gate.
Yes.
Like they didn't work their way up to that. Like they put him on the air and he just went off.
And he said bitch a bunch of times, which I did not see coming.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to the word bitch.
Your bitching.
Have not heard Brandon Beane say the word bitch.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like that kind of guy.
Stunned by that. Okay, you heard it, Tommy.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Somebody is really under a lot of pressure. And it ain't because of that WGR show.
No, that was just the straw that broke the camel's
something's
back.
going on in that office, and he's hearing it up and down the hallway.
Well, no, I mean,
it sounds like he's getting pressure from above.
But I don't know what the pressure would be. I mean, like in all sincerity, I get where you're coming from there. I understand why you would think that. They just made an AFC Championship game. Your quarterback's the MVP. I mean, look, when it comes to the best GMs in the game, Brandon Beane is top 3.
Yeah.
Top 5 if you want to pick.
He's had a lot of success.
I mean, like here's the thing. Let's say tomorrow he was fired. He would have a job in a week.
Oh, sure.
Like that's the kind of guy you would fire the GM you have to bring in. I mean, he's had unparalleled success. I don't get what the hell happened.
Yeah.
He's it sounds like it ain't going his way. And he's one of these guys that likes it going his way.
Is it just hearing someone else criticize you?
Oh, I don't think those guys are the problem.
Okay.
I think those guys just got all his anger out. He let all his anger out on them. It's like displaced anger.
Yeah, because I have seen since a draft happened, the same argument from everybody about not drafting anybody really offensively to help you.
But every GM's got to hear this, even when they get it right.
And I would just think like there have been other things that he's been a part of that have been highly criticized. And why is this bothering you so much?
But that's what I mean when the whole criticism thing. Not that Jeremy and Joe criticizing him set him off. It's that he's been seeing and hearing this all week, and that he heard it from those guys before he went on, and that was what pushed him over.
And he's putting them down at the same time. Like he's trying to tell me how
doing your little show.
Yeah. I understand you have things to bitch about, but you are dumb. That's the dumbest take ever.
Yeah.
Dumb. Okay. So here's the thing. Brandon Beane brings up the fact that the Bills scored the most points in the league last year with the wide receivers they had, right? And they went 8 straight games where they scored 30 points or more. And it was very impressive, impressive, right? But, and again, I love Brandon Beane.
Yeah.
Lest we not forget, they did have to go spend a third-round pick on a veteran wide receiver before the trade deadline.
Right. It didn't happen right away.
And that guy's not on the roster anymore.
Neither. Well, yeah. I mean, you brought in Josh Palmer.
But you lost Mac Hollins.
Right. So, in my opinion, you're starting the season with even less than you had last year.
You better hope Brandon Beane is not listening right now, because he will throw eggs at your house.
And
I also
he got lucky.
Well, what do you mean he got lucky?
Because you didn't expect to have this season. Like everybody was saying, this is a rebuilding year, but Josh had enough talent to make this system work.
Oh, okay.
And he's kind of trying to take credit for that, saying
you can take credit for Brandon Beane will be able to take credit for Josh Allen.
Yes, but
for
not
Josh
the results
Allen's entire career.
But not the results you had last year.
No.
Because that was a lot of smoke and mirrors to make that season happen.
Okay, I think you're making a mistake in that statement.
I make many mistakes.
Yes, I understand.
Stick around.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
But you do your little show over there, because that's what you got to do. I know you got to do the show. You got to bitch about something.
I do believe he thought that offense, I think inside that franchise, they thought the offense was going to be fine.
Good?
Yeah, I do. Because they wouldn't have gone that way had they not done it. Now, they added Amari Cooper, right? But I think that the whole Stephon Diggs thing was more from outside the building than inside the building. He stuck with his plan. I mean, give the guy credit for that, and it worked.
Okay.
I don't think it was luck, right?
I don't mean luck so much, but it was an iffy situation. Because everybody was looking at this and going, well, who are these guys?
But they stuck with the plan.
Okay.
But do you feel like, though, he's concerned about it? Only because they did bring in a receiver yesterday.
Right, by the way, yes.
Right after this conversation happened. So you're kind of saying, no, we're fine. We're still going to look at some people, though.
You know what sucks, though? Is like that interview. So the Bills brought in a Browns wide receiver yesterday to have a discussion.
Yeah.
That was totally booked before the interview, but it came out after so it made it look like he got off the phone and was like, hey, get him in here right now.
It did. It was bad timing.
I mean, is he nervous, to your point, that if this season looks like it's not up to snuff because you didn't go out and get that, now he's starting to see, maybe I'm getting a little, he might be feeling a little bit more exposed.
I mean, if you're asking my opinion, I can't.
No, him.
Ask my opinion. Okay.
Yeah.
I can't see him being worried for his job. I think
not his job, but just looking foolish. That these guys are right. I should have went out and got a wide receiver.
Yeah, but I mean, I would also think that happens to every GM.
Sure, that's what I'm saying. But to your point, all these GMs got to hear this all the time. For him to go off like that on two guys who were not pushing, they weren't being shocked, Josh.
No, they didn't even. Like I said, they didn't even get to ask a question yet.
It's like we know Jeremy. Jeremy's the opposite of that guy.
They're a pretty straight, narrow sports guy.
I think that's why it's so funny is knowing that guy personally. He's a really good dude, Like for him to catch that kind of wrath, it kind of makes me laugh just because it's of all the people.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Why can't he yell at you?
Right.
I am dying to know, how long Beane was listening for before getting on the air, and if those guys knew that he was waiting there that whole time.
Yeah, because you're right. I mean, you're not going to say anything inflammatory knowing that the GM is sitting on
soften
hold.
it up a little, yeah.
And you're also aware that you're on in that town, so every player, coach, and they say they don't listen, they say they don't read. They do.
Of course they do.
And we got proof of that because there's things we're not allowed to do anymore after training camp situations.
Yeah, maybe he's just wrapped too tight.
I mean, and I understand that.
I guess it's just, it's that kind of personality.
I guess what's weird is we've never seen this from him before.
No.
Right? It just came out of nowhere. And, I know that he has a personal relationship with those guys. We all know each other, right? So maybe it was I feel comfortable talking like this to these people because, I know them well.
But he came out scolding them.
He did. All right, for those, if you're just joining us, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Yesterday we had a discussion on the show about whether or not the Bills should have taken a wide receiver high in the draft. And that was a very common discussion amongst fans because also on our sister station in Buffalo, WGR 550, Jeremy and Joe were having that same conversation while general manager Brandon Beane was waiting on hold for his scheduled appearance. And as soon as they got him on the air, he was not happy with that discussion.
Yeah, no, it was. It was. I was just listening to the last few minutes of your show before I came on, waiting on here.
All right.
Sounds like 2018 all over with you guys.
Well, we're very. How so?
Well, you guys were bitching in 2018 about Josh Allen. You guys wanted Josh Rosen, and now you guys are bitching that we don't have a receiver. I don't get it. Like, we just scored. Hold on, let me talk. We just scored 30 points in a row for 8 straight games. A year ago, I get you guys asking why we didn't have receivers, but I don't understand it now. You just saw us lead the league in points when you add all the postseason. No one scored more points than the Buffalo Bills, including the Super Bowl champions. So you just saw us do it without Stephon Diggs, same group. How is this group not better than last year's group? Our job is to score points and win games. Where do we need to get better? Defense. We did that. So I get it. You got to have a show, and you got to have something to bitch about. But bitching about wide receiver is one of the dumbest arguments I've heard.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kimmy. After you.
I was going to say, do you think he's also feeling the James Cook pressure right now too?
Yeah, possibly.
Because that's probably what he's, what people are asking about the most.
Very possible.
Point.
Look, I mean, the guy's got a high pressure job. There's 32 of them in the whole world.
Sure, yeah.
Right. All right, but here's the thing. The biggest issue for Beane I see in this audio.
What's that?
It's not the fact that he looked like a dick because, he doesn't.
He lost his cool.
And he's being a dick, but he's still not like the worst we've ever heard. Like, he was being kind of a polite dick.
Okay, fair enough. But I mean, everyone's entitled to a bad day. Fine. Mm-hmm. And again, we don't know the relationship that Jeremy and Joe have with him, so maybe he felt comfortable doing that. The bigger problem, Tom.
What is that?
Let's say, God forbid,
yeah,
the Bills have some production issues at wide receiver that specifically cost you a game or two in the first half of the season.
Yeah.
If that happens,
coming out of the gate rough,
that audio is going to be everywhere.
We're fine, guys. What are you talking about?
Yesterday it was already everywhere. I'm working out in my basement. I'm watching SportsCenter. Here's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN.
Yeah. And he called him dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here's the thing.
And that's funny too, because he brought up 2018. So not only are you pissed about what they're saying now, you're also saying, and I still remember what you did back in 2018.
Oh, yeah.
I can't even say anything about that because I also wanted Josh Rosen. Look, I admit that I don't think Jeremy, Joe, any talking head idiot like us that have a microphone is going to say we should be the general manager of the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
It's just sports, man.
Yeah.
Okay, but here's the thing.
What?
This could also be a good thing.
Oh, okay.
You remember 2 seasons ago when that Sean McDermott story came out where former staffers were criticizing him?
Vaguely.
Okay. And it was like a big thing. It was also the story that came out that said that Sean McDermott had referenced the 9/11 hijackers.
Oh, yes.
As part of a team building speech.
Bringing people together.
The team was, I believe, around 500 at that point.
Yeah.
This article came out. Things looked bleak. And when that hit, the Bills went on an epic run.
They rallied.
They did. And they won 7, 8 straight games. This team seems to love to play for each other.
Yeah.
And it's possible that maybe yesterday was one of those moments where Beane is going to the mat for his guys, and they're going to hear it, because of course they're going to hear it, and they're going to say, look, we got to go do this for him. Go do it for Beansy.
Right. We're doing it for Beansy.
But if not,
you
got to win a Super Bowl. I mean, don't you kind of have
coming
to win
out that arrogant and pissed off?
Or your receivers have to be some of the most productive in the NFL.
Yeah, if you are going to lose a big game, it can't be because of your lack of receivers.
Yeah.
Okay, Paul writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF on Instagram. I kind of get where he's coming from, referring to Brandon Beane.
Yeah.
The current wide receiver core has a chance to develop. Why waste the money when you could bolster the defense even more? Well, because you got prime Josh and a great team that's right on the cusp. This ain't development time. This is missile strike time.
Yeah.
And maybe he thinks these wide receivers have that ability. Okay, but here's the thing.
What's that?
The funniest part of this,
what?
Again, we know Jeremy. He's a really good dude, right? But we in the break room also have experience in this realm.
What do you mean?
Well, I would say we've probably pissed off during interviews half a dozen Bills players and coaching staff members. Is that a fair estimate?
Yeah, I mean, CMF in general has a pretty long history of not cooperating with the NFL completely.
And you hear, if you could just play the beginning of that again, and again, knowing Jeremy and having been in this spot before, Just listen to Jeremy reacting to what's happening.
Yeah, no, it was. It was. I was just listening to the last few minutes of your show before I came on, waiting on here.
All right.
Sounds like 2018 all over with you guys.
Well, we're very. How so?
Oh, no!
You guys were bitching in 2018 about Josh Allen. You guys wanted Josh Rosen, and now you guys are bitching that we don't have a receiver. I don't get it. Like, we just go. Hold on, let me talk.
Oh, no! All right, pull it
How
down.
about the guy just let me talk. Let me finish.
Do you think Bean was expecting more pushback and he didn't really get it?
Yeah, like he came in hot,
Yeah.
was ready to get argued with,
And then
Jeremy
they
was
kind of
just
just
like,
let him talk.
yeah, go ahead, man. And, okay, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
When you don't see the interview going south, and then it goes south, it's like the scariest thing ever. Even you, who likes to, like, the funniest thing.
Oh, Tommy gets so quiet.
You
All right,
handle this
you
stuff.
guys take it.
There was one interview. We talked about the Doug Marone interview where he was just a massive dick the whole time for no reason.
And then in the year before, he was very cool.
Yeah. Out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But there was one interview that stands out above the rest, and I went looking for it last night, and I couldn't find
Oh.
it. Do you remember the quarterback Jeff Toole?
Oh, yeah, I remember the name.
Okay, so the first year we were at Bill's training camp.
Toolsy.
As a show together.
Yeah.
Jeff Toole had...
The rise of Jeff Toole.
Well, he had
Toole time.
So the Bills had drafted E.J. Manuel. They signed Kevin Kolb to be the starter, and Jeff Toole was an undrafted free agent quarterback. And Kevin Kolb gets hurt. E.J. Manuel's the starter.
Yeah.
E.J. Manuel gets hurt.
Didn't he, trip or hurt himself?
That was Kevin Kolb. He hit his head on a mat. So E.J. Manuel is out. Jeff Toole, an undrafted free agent rookie, is starting like the fourth, fifth game of the season.
Yeah.
And he goes out, and he has a respectable game.
Yeah.
They lose the game. And, as we prepare for these interviews, I want to try and make them as relatable to everybody listening as possible. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I started asking him questions about, what does it feel like to run out of that tunnel that day knowing you're going to be the starter? What are the emotions you're having standing on the sideline, not expecting to be in this position? And I didn't think they were insulting because, you can't look at me and tell me.
You were the third string guy.
Undrafted free agent. You didn't think you were going to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. Don't lie to me. And he's quiet. And at one point, he stops the interview on the air, and he looks at me, and he goes, I don't like the way you're asking these questions. And I did it, Jeremy. I was like, huh?
Yeah, because yeah.
And I go, oh, idea. And he goes, I feel like you're trying to get me to say something that I don't want to say. And his nostrils are flaring, and he's not like a big dude, right? But it's you didn't help at all. You just sat there. Thanks.
What are they gonna do?
And then it's okay, we still have
because these guys have no sense of humor at all.
No,
they don't get it. What?
Some of them have sense.
No,
of
I
humor,
mean,
but it takes a second.
Ron
to figure
Darby,
that
great
out.
sense of humor.
The
Great
management
sense of
has no sense of humor because we tried doing some games with them that they didn't like, and they got pissed off. They got pissed off at some jokes we made in the past. I remember one time they got mad at us for laughing too loud because they were trying to practice over there.
That's why. That's the only reason.
I mean,
why,
they
right?
invite you out there, but they don't want you to do anything.
You ruined it for the future shows.
And by the way, I think they were just surprised everyone was laughing so hard because you were the one making the jokes.
Oh, so they were good jokes.
I saw him at the Funny Bone in South Carolina. Dude sucks.
I can't take your word for it. You have to admit you were the dicks back then.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
By the way, she's talking to him, not me.
Yes.
No, I'm
talking
about this is pre break room.
Oh, I'm talking.
Stuff.
No, I'm talking even when we were out there with the Wii show.
Sure, yeah.
We had
you
battles
built a
with them.
reputation for us.
Oh, we had battles with them, man, where they got pissed and.
But you were a dick, though.
But they were also arrogant dicks. I mean, it was a two-way dick street. Down on Dick Street. You can't use the bathrooms over here. One of the funniest ones, they used to make you walk like a half a mile to go to take a leak in the middle of the night.
Yeah, it's because your buddy ruined it because he tried to talk to Terrell Owens.
Again,
you bring a guy onto the show.
Ruined that.
So what we did then is the tent next to us was Channel 13. That's where we peed.
I can't believe you just said that into a microphone.
No, that they knew.
No, they didn't.
Did they?
By the way, it's grass.
Yeah,
and there's
where
a tent.
Carolina was doing his broadcast
not
every
only
night.
did you piss off the Bills in that organization, you also pissed off all the local TV stations.
Oh no,
on
he
top of
actually
it.
you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But they forced us to do it.
They forced us to pee on Mike Catalana's chair.
No, we didn't pee on his chair.
You gotta ask
around
yourself, why is my chair wet?
Why is it so soggy around here?
All right, let's take a break. The weather is beautiful right now.
Oh, my God, it's gorgeous.
That is going to turn this afternoon.
Calm before the storm.
Storms are brewing, buddy.
Well, let's hope the storm is limited to just like a standard storm. Okay, you're such a dick.
Please.
Just tell me what I got to do.
Oh, the heavens are opening.
No wonder nobody in the Bills franchise likes you. Next on CMF. But you can be nonchalant all you want. You can make the jokes all you want. But this is a thing in Rochester now. And you're not prepared for it. Oh. What, are you eating parsley, you bitch?
No, I'm eating celery and it gets stuck in my dental work. It's a thing when you get older.
Remember when you were cool?
No.
Me neither. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. So the weather right now is beautiful. Gorgeous. 70 degrees outside, sunny.
It's like South Florida.
That weather's going to turn.
Yeah.
Now, it's going to get warmer. We could be touching 80.
Damn.
But with the warmth, come with the storms.
Comes a change.
This afternoon, we're looking at rain.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking at wind.
A lot of wind.
Potential hail.
Hail.
And according to the National Weather Service, it is not out of the question that in our area there is an isolated tornado. This is according to a story in the DNC yesterday.
A twister.
Yeah.
A twister.
Yes. Why are you laughing?
Which we've seen cause some damage, not directly in our area, but just south of here, right?
No, there was some, like down the street from my house, there was a confirmed tornado.
No, but wasn't there one that went through? And, really tore apart some homes
No,
and
it
stuff?
did do that.
They said it did years of damage.
It actually
They
did
said
that.
it may never recover.
No, I think those people are actually still dealing with it.
Oh, they put the barn back up.
They put the barn back up. Okay.
Yeah.
So Tommy keeps moving the goalposts on tornadoes because a couple of years ago we started getting more tornado watches.
Well, we had one season with slight activity.
No. A couple of years ago we had a couple of watches, and you go, tornadoes don't happen in Western New York. And then we had a couple of then we had a couple of confirmed tornadoes, and you go, oh, they were baby ones. And then there was like a pretty decent tornado, and you were like, oh, no, it's not even a real tornado. And you just keep laughing because you can't admit that there are tornadoes here sometimes now.
But we get, the tornadoes we get are like the JV squad of tornadoes. We're not getting those Texas, Kansas, mile wide, suck up the church and everybody in it.
If it shows up at your house.
Going to heaven too fast.
If it shows up at your house.
Oh, then we got a problem, buddy.
It can. Well, you don't have a house. If it shows up at your wife's house, it can destroy it and suck you out of it.
Destroy it.
Which America is hoping for.
Flatten it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't like tornadoes.
I know.
It's like one of my biggest fears.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. And I think, Kimmy, it's because we are not prepared for tornado.
Well, it's very hard to prepare for because they're so quick.
You're not, Kimmy.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, I don't either.
Shut up. No, that's just it. Like,
what?
We are prepared for all the weather we grew up with, but because tornado warnings, watches, whatever, are relatively new, I have no idea if there is a tornado in my area. Do I go to my basement?
Well, we don't have, how those places that it's in the Midwest especially, that they have, the tornado alarm, so everybody knows it's coming. I mean, how are we going to get that alert on our phone? How's that going to work?
Oh, yeah, you do get those storm alerts on your phone.
Yeah, but does it? I mean, I don't know how long a tornado lasts. So, did somebody see it? Does it get to the weather service? Did they tell you?
You'll hear it. But here's the thing: you got to get in the root cellar. You got to close them big old doors on the root cellar, and then Pa's going to go out there and check and get sucked out. And that's how we lost Pa.
Remember when you said there were 5 bears in New York State, and then the next day there was a bear in your backyard?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shut up. Shut.
Well, how's your root cellar?
I got a half underground basement.
Oh, you're fine.
No, I'm saying my house is on a hill. I think that's bad.
Oh, is it?
No, but you have a basement.
No, but my basement, half of it is exposed because there's a hill.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing.
Is that a good thing?
I don't know.
No, I thought you want to be all the way. No, you want to be all the way underground.
Yeah, but you're built into the ground.
No,
I think you're fine.
All basements are built into the ground. That's what a basement is.
But I'm saying,
no, but it's what do you got a door down there?
And
right?
you got an out.
It's called an egress. Said the guy who came and fixed something one time.
So just lock the door. You'll be fine. Pile some furniture right up against her. That old door ain't going nowhere.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. With severe storms moving into our area this afternoon, the National Weather Service says there is a chance for an isolated tornado in our area. Skyler's on CMF. Hey, Skyler, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, gentlemen, and Kimmy. Tommy's an idiot. It's not a root cellar. It's a fruit cellar, you dumbass. I think that's where you store your canned goods. It's not a root cellar. There's no such thing as a root cellar. Anyways, if a tornado comes, you hide inside Tommy's mom.
Speaking of things that are sucking everything up.
So there was a tornado came through here back when I worked for Brother Weeze and Joe T. I was in Rochester, and I live out here in Wyoming County, and a tornado actually did come through Warsaw, and it jumped right through Perry, And I'm not even kidding. It went right to the trailer park. There's one trailer park in my town.
How does it always find the trailer park?
I don't know.
That's GPS.
I swear to God. And it took out my favorite pizzeria, too. So it's kind of sad. But, yeah, hiding time, inside time's mine. I'm not going to say it again.
All right. Thank you, Skylar. Have a good rest of
He
the
got
day.
his favorite pizzeria.
Now all he can eat is fruit from a fruit cellar. I'm pretty sure root cellar is a thing.
Oh, yeah.
It is. They both exist. Both
Is he even
things.
calling it a fruit? No, root cellar is a fruit
No,
cellar.
a fruit cellar does exist as well, but
Okay.
a root cellar is also a term.
Jaden writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF on Instagram. He says, fun fact, Tornado Alley is slowly shifting to the east. That's why you've seen it increase in the last 10, 20 years. That's not a fun fact at all, Jaden.
No, I don't like that.
You don't even know if that's true.
It says man who just runs his mouth all the time.
It shifted a little to the east.
Okay, Kimmy, here's what sucks the most about a tornado and a tornado watch or warning.
What's that?
In Rochester, all the extreme weather we get a ton of warning.
Yeah,
Beds-
and you know it's coming.
Yeah,
Yes.
you know this. There's a potential for a snowstorm or
Right.
Ice on the roads.
Yeah.
Right, and that stuff can paralyze us, but we get 3 to 4 days to prepare to make a decision on what you want to do. Tornado is here.
You got seconds
Just here.
to think about
There
it.
now.
And when you see it, it's too late, son.
That's actually
What? That's actually what?
I've never wanted anyone to get sucked up by a tornado more than I want you to get sucked up by a tornado. Like it's not an exaggeration. You're my friend and I love you, but I want
you to die in a tornado.
I didn't say die.
Well, you get sucked up, you're dead.
No, that's not what I heard. I heard these are JV tornadoes. Just pick you up, spin you around like it's
Like a dance contest.
yeah, amusement park ride. Hey, check me out.
It's like you're doing a cha-cha.
I want you in a tornado so bad. So bad. All right, so just a heads up.
Yeah, be careful out there. And make sure you're bringing in all the things that can blow around,
Yeah?
like your mom.
Okay, too late. Skylar, how about Skylar had a better mom joke than you did?
I just want to join the party.
All right, so the bad weather, the severe weather will start
2 o'clock.
Around Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
And
today.
go into the evening.
Yes.
8 o'clock at night. Be on alert
Yeah.
at all times. Check your phone. Check your family.
Yes.
all those things. Yes.
Everything
Check
he
on
said.
check on the elderly.
Well, not during the storm.
Check and see if they're prepared. If they need to come over to your house.
Okay.
Like you've got elderly and you know,
No, I have no elderly people in my neighborhood.
I mean, your mother and your father.
Yeah.
Did you just call his parents elderly?
Well, they're my age.
I think they're actually younger than you.
Yeah, but they're in their 60s.
Yeah, but they're younger than you. You're old.
And they've lived a hell of a life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Check on your dad.
Just bitching all the time. All right. The story east of us. How you grew up will dictate on how you want this story handled. Because it's a crime story.
Yeah.
But crime is a subjective term. Because there are some people that will hear this story, the allegations these guys are facing, the charges, and say, just child's play.
Yeah.
Right? This is what kids do. There are other folks who are going to hear it and go, these kids need to be taught a lesson, and you need to do it with the court system.
Damn.
And this story aside, it does feel like, Tommy, teenagers these days are getting less and less of a leash when it comes to the stupid stuff they're allowed to do. And we'll get into the story next here in the break room on CMF. There are those who say this is typical kid hijinks.
Yeah.
But typical kid hijinks, Tommy, may not even exist anymore.
Really?
Well, because the anonymity we had doing stupid things when we were younger, it doesn't really, it's not there. And I cannot wait, Kimmy, to see Tommy's head explode when he's trying to decide if he should side with past Tommy or current Tommy. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. If you have not yet, we invite you to log on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch to enjoy our live stream.
Oh, boy.
Cameras are up. They're on. Tommy's wearing a sport coat.
Yeah.
That's right, ladies. You're looking for something to touch yourself to this morning.
Jesus.
Jeez.
Oh, what? What, is he not?
I don't know why that was so uncomfortable.
Is he not handsome enough for that?
Sure.
You have to
Whatever
bring
you're into.
coochie meat into it.
Oh, I love you. Oh, this is Mr. I'm a sex machine. I can do all this. I'm handsome. I suggested some women may want to watch you and pleasure themselves, and all of a sudden you get uncomfortable. What happened? The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. Join our live stream. And you know what? Do whatever you want with your hands.
Yeah, touch it, don't touch.
I'm not the bossy. This story comes to us from Seneca Falls.
What happened?
That's where we find a pair of 18-year-old guys in some trouble. According to police, it all started on Saturday.
Usually does.
And it started on the social media app Snapchat.
All right.
Two teens got into some kind of an argument with a girl, and it went from online into real life. Authorities say the 18-year-olds went to the girl's home. They yelled profanities at she and her mother, and then proceeded to throw eggs at the victims.
Okay.
These are 18-year-olds.
So they had eggs ready to go.
And those are expensive.
Yeah, that was a $75
Oh,
crime.
yeah.
They were arrested, according to police, when they attempted to leave the scene.
Oh.
It is revealed in the story it would have been cheaper to throw handfuls of diamonds at the women.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Because they are 18, their names are in the paper.
Yep.
They are being charged as adults, and an order of protection has been issued on behalf of the victims. And the pair are facing charges of harassment.
Yeah.
Okay. So by definition of the law, Tommy, this is harassment.
Yeah.
You've heard the details, the alleged details. Do you see this as a big deal?
No.
No.
I mean, they chuck some eggs and said some swear words.
Okay.
I mean, they're just idiots.
Oh, I agree they're idiots if the allegations are true.
Yeah.
All right. So that being said,
Yeah.
If you were standing outside your house, and you and your wife, right?
Yeah.
And two 18-year-old guys ran up your driveway, started cursing at the both of you.
Cussing?
And they started throwing eggs at you and your wife.
Yeah.
When the police showed up, you'd be like, sirs, no. I do not want these boys arrested for cursing at me and hitting me with eggs in my yard.
Well, I assume they listen to the show.
I'd have more questions than anger.
Yeah, I don't. Because you're not really damaging anything. I mean, I'll clean this up with a hose.
Really, that sport? Let's say you're in that outfit.
I would be more upset if they threw it at like my car than at me personally.
Really?
Because I can take a shower and easily get rid of it.
Which would be a change of pace.
Wash my clothes. The car, I mean, that's going to be more complicated because doesn't it like take off the paint?
Yeah, it eats through the paint.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can just spray it off real quick.
Yeah, you could if you were there.
True.
No, hit my car, hit my house. Don't hit me with the eggs. Leave me alone.
All right, so I'm standing out there and I'm getting pelted by a dozen eggs.
That's how slow he is. They got all 12 off before he got in the house.
Before you moved.
Oh, stop. How many? Wait, is that one of those big packs? That's 24 eggs. I'm sorry, you were saying.
Do you know how much those cost?
I don't think I would want. I don't want to see these kids' lives ruined for doing something stupid, jackass.
Okay, it's not going to. A charge of harassment is not going to ruin their lives.
Yeah.
They're going to have a record for a little while, but it's not going to ruin their lives.
Yeah.
Look me in the face. Right. We are an honest show. We've known each other over 20 years. You wouldn't want two 18-year-old kids arrested for hitting you and your wife with eggs.
All right, so the wife is there.
You lying bitch.
They have to get arrested. Yeah, my wife's going to want them arrested.
No, but you wouldn't.
Well, and you don't know these kids either.
No, but if I got to go to court.
What if they belong to somebody in your neighborhood and now you got to see that neighbor all the time?
Got to see the neighbor, got to go to court. Like, I know how this works, man. It sucks. There's always more to do.
And I wasted breakfast all over my sports.
Yes.
All right, so here's the thing. With this specific story, if they went and egged the house, Kimmy, I may be more apt to say this isn't a huge deal. The fact that they were allegedly cursing at these women and hitting the women themselves with the eggs makes it feel worse.
Well, I want to know why you're. I'm so confused in this moment.
Well, they got in an argument with this girl on Snapchat, according to the allegations. That's why this led to it. Yes, with Tommy's situation, it's just they saw Tommy and rage kicked in. But this story aside, there may be a bigger issue at play.
Like what?
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. All of us did really stupid stuff as kids.
Oh, yeah.
What young man didn't vandalize? What young woman didn't say something terrible about another friend in middle or high school?
Yeah.
Sinners, stones, etc. But when we were kids, there was this kids will be kids idea.
Yeah.
And yes, people were pissed off. And yes, there were consequences. But the consequences rarely involve the actual law.
Yeah.
Right? Like you clean up the mess you made. You worked off the damage you caused. You stood in front of the adult you messed up, and you got screamed at, but then you got to go home. It feels like on the whole, those days are gone.
The laws always get involved.
Yeah, like the hijinks that were once hijinks are now legitimate crimes. And I guess they were always legitimate crimes, but now they're being charged.
It's being dealt with the court system.
What's interesting, however, Tommy, some of the same men and women that benefited from the kids will be kids mentality back in the day now want those kids arrested and charged for the same things that they were doing.
Lock them up.
I want you to think about this. All right? Really think about it.
I'm thinking.
Is it better that way to teach kids more of a lesson getting the cops involved? All right, you're pretend thinking, so go ahead and say no. Is that what you think thinking looks like? I mean, if you're watching the live stream, but may or may not be touching yourself. You look like yourself walking through Wegmans, mouth open like an old man. I'm thinking.
So you're saying...
I'm asking, is it better for the sake of the teenager to get the law involved?
Well, that's the scared straight theory,
that's
right?
Even makes it better. That's if the kids are even scared, because even they might think this is stupid, calling over eggs.
Okay, but they did.
I still got to think like dealing with it without bringing in the law is the better way to go.
Why?
Because like you could just bring the temperature down and then we're done with it. If you bring in the law, now you've involved the legal system, which means you've got months of this.
You're also part of the process.
Yeah, you've got months of this now.
So you just don't want to go to court. That's your thing.
Nobody wants to go to court. The whole object is don't go to court.
Let's say you didn't have to go to court. They were just going to charge the kids without you having to show up. Would you want them charged? Such a lazy
I like this North Korean system you speak of.
Okay. You are the perfect example of this. As we talk about these two 18-year-old kids in Seneca Falls, police say they got in an argument with a girl on the social media app Snapchat. That led to them showing up at her house, according to police, with eggs. Police say they cursed at this girl and her mother and then threw eggs at them.
Yeah.
They have been charged with harassment. When it comes to getting the law involved versus the kids will be kids just yelling, having to clean up and letting it go. Tommy, you have cameras all around your house.
Yes.
You watch kids walking down the street in the middle of the day.
Mm-hmm.
You do not trust anyone under the age of 25.
I do not.
And it's hard to find a more destructive douche kid than you were.
Yes, I was a very bad child.
Fair. You got the benefit of the doubt.
I did.
And you say don't get the law involved. But all of the way you act and the things that you have suggest differently.
Yes, but I was also fortunate never to get in legal trouble as a kid.
Were you fortunate? Is that fortunate?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So think of can you tell me the most destructive thing you did to someone else's property or whatever when you were a teenager? Does something come to mind immediately?
Oh yeah, we vandalized the school.
Okay.
Okay, so pretty destructive.
But I was only partially involved with that.
Okay. Well, you weren't charged with that.
No.
Okay.
No. Cops were called in.
All right, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
The lack of actual consequences may have kept yours and mine and all the other people listening's bad behavior going.
Right.
I think.
Well, here's why. They scared you, right? They yelled at you. They made you clean it up. Okay,
yeah.
And that used to be the same thing with me, right? Did it stop you?
No, but I don't know if it's the cops put me in the back of a squad car and bring me back to the house would have stopped me either.
Okay, but you don't know that because that never happened.
Well, I mean...
Because how many kids would be more afraid of the consequences of their parents than they would the cops?
Cops bring you home, you got the consequences of your parents.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like if you get arrested, your parents are like, well, Johnny Law handled that one.
No, I understand, but that's what I mean. You're as a kid, the more... What you're afraid of more would be your parents. So if that person went to your parent directly instead of involving the cops, would it change the outcome for you.
I mean, Kimmy, that was the thought back in the day, right? That famous thing, I'm more afraid of my dad. Yeah. If I get arrested, leave me in the jail cell because my dad's going to do worse to me than I get home.
Yeah.
But we don't know how it would have been the other way because it didn't happen the other way.
Yeah.
And although you and I both benefited from this idea of don't get the law involved, it's not like we changed how we acted.
No, but I dodged that time I did that hit and run at that party.
God.
What? But the cops came and I got out of it.
Because your dad lied.
Well, he didn't know.
He knew.
But we also had a car that didn't have any marks on it. So what are you talking about, officer? So I did get out of it, but the cops did show up. And my old man knew I was lying.
That's what I...
Okay. But we kind of looked at each other and go, hey, nothing to see here, man. Because he didn't want to have to deal with it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But he never spoke about it again. And he always would bring up old stuff. That's the one he never brought up again. So the cops did get involved.
But there wasn't legit punishment for it.
I did learn how to wiggle out of things.
Okay.
So that's kind of a thing.
252 WCMF. Look, I do not want to see kids arrested for the stuff we got away with when we were kids. It's wildly unfair, right? But if we are taking a step back to try and determine what'll stop these kids, get them to change their ways, straighten out maybe a bit if they're on the wrong path, maybe that is the right way to do it.
Okay, but they were arresting these kids for stealing these cars, right?
Yeah.
And the kids kept stealing the cars.
Okay.
Like they were still, it didn't slow anything down when we had that summer of Kia.
But, right? I mean, are you suggesting that the other way, if they just gave them a stern talking to, they'd stop stealing cars?
I think at a young age when you get arrested and you get released, there's really no consequence. If I get arrested, you get arrested now, you're going to lose your house. It's going to cost you a lot of money. You're going to lose your job.
Well, again, you don't have a house.
Yeah. So I'm already up in the game a little bit. So I don't think there's any consequences when you get arrested as a young person.
Oh, now that is.
No, and I mean
you were doing so good. You were doing so good, but now nobody wants to work anymore.
Compared to when you're an adult.
Okay.
When you have a job.
Yeah, but that's...
And you don't have the protection of your parents anymore.
But that's what being under 17 is, right? I mean, you don't want to ruin a kid's life for something you did as a 14, 15, 16-year-old, right? My frontal lobe is not completely formed yet.
And I mean, I'm sure it works on some kids, and some kids don't care. They're punks. I was a punk. You was a fat punk.
The hell, man?
You were like two punks. You were a punk party pack.
You were saying...
Get them at BJ's.
My fear would be if I'm the person who was targeted, like let's say I own the house that got egged or my car or whatever. Would calling the cops make it worse for me in the future?
That they're going to come back and do it again?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you going to live?
That's like the cartel.
But yeah, you're living in fear of teenage boys with eggs.
I am. What else is next?
Well, if they know you're going to call the cops, are those kids going to go back and do it again?
That's what I'm wondering. Like, will it put an end to it completely? Like, maybe the best move is to call the cops? Or have you further pissed off the teenagers that were pissed off? You now have the reputation of that person in the neighborhood.
I mean, it's a valid question, I think. I don't know. I'm not going to let a bunch of teenage boys intimidate me out of doing something I wanted to do.
Okay. There you go.
I don't want my car egged anymore, though.
Especially in a place like Henrietta or Pittsburgh.
I don't want my yard TP'd.
It was Cole. You're afraid of Cole.
I don't want my pumpkin
Tristan.
smashed.
Cole and Tristan are here. You better do what they say. They're wearing Sperry's.
Well, but you don't think, like, if that kid knew that you called the cops on him, that Halloween... You're going to get it the worst out of all the houses?
I mean, maybe, I guess. But if I gave him a stern talking to and was a dick about it, he's probably going to have the same feeling.
Nah, he's going to laugh at you.
No, okay.
Because they know you're not going to do squat.
No, but that's it. If they know I'm not going to do squat, why not come back and do it again?
Call the cops. I got the law enforcement over here.
Okay. Like, you pretend to be so cool and laid back.
I am.
No, you can't be wearing a blazer to a job where you're allowed to wear sweatpants and actually be laid back. It's impossible.
All right. I thought it was.
Did you guys see the story in Henrietta?
What happened to Henrietta?
Happened over the weekend.
What?
Someone was taking a hike.
We got a hike out in the woods?
Well, like out on a trail. Not like like what women tell you when you go talk to them. Like an actual walk on a trail.
All right.
And they stumbled upon something.
Oh, scary, huh?
One news station in this town went with a headline that was like...
There's some speculation there.
Whoa, wild speculation.
What they found?
Yes. Now, the good news is they did not find what they thought they found.
Okay.
But here's the thing.
What?
Even if they did find it, Kimmy, I don't know. I don't want to tell anybody. I don't want to be near this. I'm not.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't.
That frightening?
We'll let you decide. We'll let you decide. Next, here at the break room on CM. Oh, how scary this must have been for this hiker in Henrietta.
So what they find?
You're just enjoying a stroll.
Yeah.
Boom, you are face to face with this nightmare. And they did the right thing. Even though what they may have thought they found turned out to not even be close to what they actually found.
Oh, all right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we are about 30 minutes away from the bright spot of everyone's week.
Oh, boy.
Kimmy's got her post from the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Your mic is off?
No, it's on.
Oh, I thought you were. Mm-hmm.
No,
I
was listening to your story.
Sorry, my point. Just after 9 o'clock, where are they whining? Set your phone alarm. Come on back or stay with us to hear about this scary situation.
Yes.
All after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Very frightening story in Henrietta over the weekend.
What do they find?
A hiker, Tommy, was walking on a wooded trail Saturday morning when they came across skeletal remains.
Holy Christ. Like a dead dude or lady.
Just found some bones.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
They called the cops. Cops set up a crime scene about half a mile southeast of East Henrietta Road around 10 a.m. Story on 13 Wham says the person who found the remains then had to go get the cops and walk them back to the spot where the bones were found.
Yeah.
Okay. The medical examiner came out. They collected them. They took them back to the lab for testing. Now, here's where it gets strange.
All right.
8 and 13 said that the remains were found and they were going to be tested. 10 NBC did a story about how a 45-year-old hiker went missing 9 months ago in that area.
Yeah, they linked the story that they did on it.
Wait, in Henrietta?
Yes, yeah.
You went missing?
Yeah, I mean,
how do you go missing in Henrietta?
the person been missing for 9 months. I mean, there's that one guy who went missing in Chile. He's been missing for like 15, 20 years.
Yeah.
Anywho,
all right.
Late last night, we found out that these remains that were found, not human.
Oh.
Yes.
But it looked like a skeleton.
Don't know. The Monroe County Sheriff's Department says they belong to an animal, so that's good. Yep. The person who found them won't have to live with the nightmares.
Yeah.
You still have a nightmare.
Well, I mean,
but now you know it was just something that died there.
But still, that initial shock's going to stay with you forever.
You think? You don't think that instantly goes away when you find out, oh good, it's not
I don't
want
to find out. Either way.
All right, let me ask you guys a question. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's say you're walking down whatever trail.
Yeah.
Because you're a trail walker.
Yeah.
In those sneakers, why not?
Yeah.
You come across some bones.
Mm-hmm.
Are you telling someone?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you are.
Well, yeah, but I think it's a murder scene or some crap.
Murder scene or some crap?
Some big ritual have gone bad.
Kimmy, are you telling anybody?
I know this is going to sound weird, but I might just assume they're animal bones to make myself feel better.
Okay.
But if it looks like a person.
Well, but you don't know what a person looks like.
Think,
you know what a skeleton looks like. You see about Halloween.
Well, I don't, obviously, you don't. Because these people weren't sure.
And they were wrong. I mean, they went and found the remains, called the cops, they were animals. So, Kimmy, you would just keep walking.
Unless it was super, super obvious that this is a person, like there's human skull and everything, I might just kind of let it be.
I also might be too freaked out to tell somebody.
Why?
I don't want to have to go back there.
Spend enough time in the woods to know. Like, I might walk past and think, oh, somebody else has seen this and left it. Like, I don't know anything about nature, so maybe this is just a common thing that people find in the woods.
Like, I don't think I could handle having to call the cops and be like, there's bones here, man.
Yeah, but let's say you went home and Googled missing people.
Okay,
you'd see that. That's the guy that got missing.
I guess if you knew that something like that was going on in the area, maybe you're more likely to call. But if this is just a random thing with no connections made, I might just let it go. Again, unless it was really, really obvious that it was a person.
And if I kept walking, I don't think I'm Googling. I don't want to know. I want to forget about this moment the second I walk past.
So the problem is I watch so much Netflix and so many stories like this.
Yeah.
Like I'm watching one right now. I'm immediately going to that Netflix and going, that's a young woman. And she's been missing, and she's from out of state. Like, I'm going to run through all the scenarios I've been watching on Netflix, and I'm assuming that's what I just found.
Okay.
That's a Long Island sex worker.
So there
ended up in Henrietta.
There must have been other people who saw these bones and just kept walking.
Well, when they just found them, right?
Well, yeah, so this hiker found him Saturday morning. It's not like there's been melting snow, although the wind could have maybe blown debris around it.
I guess.
Right,
yeah.
but if someone walked past these remains, not knowing if they were animal and human, it didn't say anything to anybody, does that make them a bad person?
Well, I mean, not a bad person, but you should find out what the hell's going on here. I'm not saying you're
better safe
bad.
than sorry, but I also just want to let myself think that it was just like a dead deer or something.
Because, like, if you go tell somebody and it turns out they are human remains, like, think about this. If you've been walking that trail, like, people don't just randomly walk trails once.
No, I understand.
Right? Like, this person probably walks that trail on a regular
basis. Path cut out where people walk through all the time.
Yeah. I've been walking past this for God knows how long. I mean, these are bones, right? Like, if that was a person, they'd have been there for a very, very long time. And I was blissfully unaware for months walking past it. That would freak me out, too.
Yeah, but then if you do call, maybe you give some family some closure, right?
Right.
I mean, somebody's been looking for somebody for a while, and they're at wit's end. At least they get some answers.
Yeah, you're right.
And you could be that person.
Okay.
And you get to be on TV. Tell some of your funny jokes.
I'm not going on
funny
TV.
guy.
Is there somebody that you would call first? Like, let's say you know somebody who's super outdoorsy, may have some experience with, like, finding stuff, like, not human bones, but, like, animals stuff. Would you, like, send them a picture or something and be like, hey, does this look unusual? What do you think? Before you actually called 911?
I don't want some long talking hunter giving me 17 different scenarios what he thinks it is. Then I'm going to get 4 stories of what he's found in the woods. You never want to call that guy.
Tommy is usually the guy that doesn't want to involve himself.
Yeah.
Kimmy, you know why he would want to involve himself here?
I know. This is weird. This is a weird change of events.
I'll tell you why.
Right.
Again, 252 WCMF. We're talking about these bones that were found on a trail in Henrietta on Saturday. ME came out, medical examiner, sheriff's department. They took them back for analysis. Thank God.
Yeah.
They're just animal bones. But this person was not sure. Kimmy, the reason why Tommy would call the cops, he's hoping it's a person so he can be interviewed on the Netflix documentary.
You're 100% right.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, you lied.
I was just walking my dog back here and stumbled upon some stuff. She took a little sniff, and I thought it was suspicious.
Wait, you think that's how it would sound on Netflix?
Yeah, for some reason, you all of a sudden sound like an outdoorsman.
Tell 17 different stories.
I was out there walking trail with my old dog Gunner. We stumbled upon that poor son of a bitch. I'm sure he put up a hell of a fight.
Like, you literally just had a discussion where you said if you got hit with eggs, you wouldn't want to call the cops because it's too much. And now, because you get a little bit of attention.
Well, yeah, Netflix, man.
You feel like you're on the inside of this crime, if it's a potential crime.
I'm living the documentary, man.
The lifestyle.
Look, this is my part. I'm going to be on TV.
Kimmy, what kind of animal was this? Because they don't say in the story.
No,
it would have to be big enough to look like of human remains.
Look like of human remains.
Right?
I love when you try to sound smart and you just add more words.
Well, that's how you sound smart.
No, I know, you idiot. Not if the words don't work.
The words work.
Small deer or something? That's the only thing I can think of.
A big-ass deer look like a man.
Well, we don't know if they thought it was
big
a man.
Old man deer.
Okay, like what animals, 252 WCMF, for the folks that are more tough than we are in the room that deal with outdoorsy stuff. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. What animal remains could be confused for a person? Because I would think if the skull is there, you would know the difference between a deer
it looks like an animal skull.
Right.
It wasn't a bigger animal than a deer, was it?
Like a bear?
A bear would be about right.
Are there bears walking around Henrietta?
Well, there's black bear out there.
No, I've never heard of a bear in Henrietta.
You haven't?
No.
I mean, there could be bears wandering around.
Don't tell me that. I don't want to know that. I live out in like Sticksville.
Yeah, but you're out there. There's probably
woods.
bears by your house.
No, shut up. Don't be a dick.
I bet you there's a bear right now less than 4 miles from your house.
That's weird because I heard there's only 5 bear in all New York.
One of the 5.
You're staring down one of them.
Okay. I don't want to. It would.
What?
Maybe just like a pile of bones from a raccoon could be confused for human remains.
That's how piled up a raccoon bone.
Nobody dies laying straight forward.
That's like saying you found a dead cat and you thought it was a person.
That does. Haven't we seen dog remains being found where people confuse them for human remains?
It could have just been a couple bones, and that was suspicious enough to be like, hey, let's look into this.
Yeah, I guess any bone you find.
Didn't have to be a full skeleton.
Yeah. Yeah, like they're sitting on a stone, like, hand on their
the
chin.
thinker.
Yeah. I mean, like, Henrietta is a weird place for wildlife. Like, you think of it as this hub of stores and restaurants, but, like, when you get off at Jefferson Road.
Like where you live, it's out there.
It's all spaced out.
Even before you get to where I am.
Yeah.
Like, there is a ton of green space, like, near where all that stuff is, and you have the Genesee River trails. They get pretty remote.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of wilderness for a very busy suburb.
Yeah, it does.
It's also a place out near where I am where there's a bunch of new housing tracts going up in once uninhabited farmland.
Yeah.
I see at least 8 deer every day on my way to work. And, all right, let's say it was a deer that died on the trail.
Yeah.
What killed it?
Maybe he just died. Old age.
This is what.
Well,
Can't,
deers
like,
die.
babies-
They got to go off and die somewhere at some point.
Yeah, but I thought they went away from like things.
Maybe this is it. They went away.
The trail where people walk.
Well, as long as they don't want to see Market View liquor.
I mean, it could have been a baby abandoned or something. You know what I mean? It could have
That's
been
a sad
smaller
story.
animal. Well, could have been.
I love how you got excited for it being human bones. It could be on Netflix, but she says baby deer. Oh my God!
What do we see a poor little baby?
I know it's
fall
sad,
on
but
Earth?
it happens.
Oh my God!
I mean, old ass deer just dropped dead.
Abby writes us on Instagram. Duffy at WCMF, the easiest way to get there. It's a little long, but it's worth it.
All right.
The college I went to had running trails in the woods in the back of the campus. One of my teammates was back there running and found a human body that was burned.
Oh.
She freaked out and called the cops, but also took pictures and showed everyone. It looked like a Halloween prop.
Yeah.
Needless to say, the campus went on lockdown. There was a whole investigation, but yeah, my friend was messed up from seeing that. Well, why'd she take the pictures and share it with everybody?
How many people, though, like their first instinct would be to take a picture in a weird way, like to prove that it was there?
I'm not taking a picture.
I don't know.
I'm
and maybe initially she took it not knowing it was a human body.
Well, it said it was burned,
Yeah.
and then you found out it was a human body. Did they share it afterwards? Because if you don't send me body pictures, man.
Like, look what I found in the woods.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that'd be
I
rough.
would be.
Yeah,
If my buddy sent me a
like a corpse. Yeah.
I gotta sit across from a corpse every day. I don't need to see it on my phone.
Don't drag me into this.
Exciting news.
What was that?
Well,
What happened?
Dobby's doing this new thing where he just cuts off words at the same time. There are two guys from Rochester that are on the cusp of superstardom.
Oh, here we go.
Well, no, it's a legitimate thing. It's the NFL, bro.
Oh, okay.
And they got a long way to go.
All right.
But if one of these guys manages to succeed, we will have a massive cavalcade of professional athletes in Rochester at this moment.
Like active.
Yeah. The weird thing, however, the one that we've traditionally been the most successful in is the one where we won't have one.
Wow.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. if one of these two guys catches, which is not out of the question, we may have the most professional athletes in the 4 major sports from Rochester ever this coming season.
Wow.
But what's weird is the sport that made us the most famous right now has nothing.
Little drought.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We got Where They Whining coming up in just a little while.
Ooh, buddy.
Sit tight there, but we also got something to give you.
Oh, like what?
Head to WCMF.com, enter for your chance to win a Classic Rock tribute pack, a 4-pack of tickets to see 3 tribute shows this month, courtesy of Fort Hill Performing Arts Center in downtown Canandaigua. We're talking Southern Rock Night, the music of Lynyrd Skynyrd. With High Noon, May 3rd. You can experience the Rolling Stones, May 9th, performed by Satisfaction.
Mick.
The International Rolling Stones Tribute Show. And then enjoy the legendary hits of Paul McCartney and Wings with Band on the Run. Okay, no, you got to do a Wings song. Go. That's one I just said. Give me another one.
Another one.
If you can't wait to win, get your tickets today at FortHillPAC.com. The NFL draft is come and gone. And undrafted free agents have chosen their teams to try and make rosters.
Okay.
And 2 guys from Rochester have done just that.
Damn.
Nate Carter, he played running back at Bishop Kearney. Played college at Michigan State and UConn. He signed as an undrafted free agent with the Atlanta Falcons. He's a running back. Rashawn Baker played running back at Victor. He was the 2021 All-Greater Rochester Player of the Year.
Oh.
Spent his college years at Bucknell. And Elon. He signed with the New York Giants.
Oh.
So both of these guys, although maybe a long shot.
Yeah.
They got a shot.
Yeah. And, I mean, hell, they give you a helmet for a little while. That's pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if you make it to the preseason, you'll always have that 8x10 of you playing in an NFL game. You ain't got to tell nobody.
That's true.
Right? You're playing against a guy that's also not going to make the league. That being said, if either Nate or Rashawn are able to make their opening day rosters, Rochester, New York, will have pro athletes in 3 of the 4 major U.S. sports at the same time. You got 3 Rochester guys playing in the NBA playoffs right now, although Beef Stew is hurt. Not great. There are a few Rochester guys playing in the majors. In fact, the guy that your husband knows really well. No? Maybe not?
Oh, I don't know.
I made a mistake?
Maybe.
Okay. Ernie Clement is one of them. He plays for the Toronto Blue Jays. He's a Rochester guy.
Oh, all right.
Oddly, however.
Yeah, we're missing a sport here.
The only rep we would not have is the sport that we've been the most successful in.
And we've had in the past.
Yes.
Yeah.
There are no current Rochester NHL players. And as far as I know, there aren't any in the minors, unless I'm wrong. 252 WCMF.
There's got to be at least one in the minors.
That has a chance to make a roster next year. There's no one I know of, and I know everything.
Yeah.
So what happened to hockey?
That's unique.
I think where we are benefiting in these other sports, it's also hurting our Rochester to the NHL connection.
Oh.
Well,
you would think hockey's only grown in this area, especially, travel leagues and things like that.
That's the problem. So when Roy Fitzpatrick, Jason Bonsignor, both the Gianta brothers, Ryan Callahan, Marty Reisner, all these guys were making the league.
Yeah.
It was a northern Canadian sport. Hockey has exploded across the U.S. for youth hockey players. For example, Austin Matthews, who's the captain of the Toronto Maple Leafs, he's from Arizona.
Great, born and raised.
Born and raised, Arizona.
Wow.
So, you got a lot of folks in southern states. I'm actually watching it myself with my daughter. There are teams that come from all over the Midwest now in the South to play in these tournaments, and these kids can play.
So hockey's all over.
They're able to pull kids from different parts of the country now.
You told me there's leagues like in South Florida.
Oh, yeah.
And is there leagues like in Alabama and Georgia of youth hockey?
I mean, my daughter hasn't played them, but I'm sure they are.
But I mean, is it like that deep?
It's got to exist.
Well, let's put it this way. Last night you had the
Hillbillies with sticks.
By the way, that's half of the teams up here. Yeah. But you had the Lightning playing the Panthers last night. Both Florida teams playing each other in the playoffs. Half that stadium is little kids watching that want to learn to go play hockey, right? It's blowing up.
All right, so there's too much talent out there now.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's there's more to choose from. But I think that also benefits us, with basketball exploding here. It's bigger than it used to be. Rochester wasn't a basketball hotbed. Baseball now, you have so many more.
I don't know how you get baseball players because the season's so goddamn short.
Well, there's training facilities. Again, travel leagues have expanded. I don't remember there being travel baseball at all, really, when we were kids. Do you remember that?
No.
Maybe there was one team. I don't know.
No, I mean, she's absolutely right.
Yeah.
No, the facilities that exist now in Rochester, even when it's cold outside, allow these kids to train inside year-round. And, I mean, football's football.
Yeah.
Right? Every once in a while, we get a guy or two that pops. So All right, I may be mistaken.
All right.
Because Danny writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF on Instagram. He says, Hunter McDonald, he's from Fairport, might make the Flyers team next year.
Okay.
Might.
So if Hunter
there's one
goes,
guy at
I
least.
also might make the Flyers team next year.
I don't think you have a
Might.
chance. No.
No, there's a might.
No, they don't even have a head coach right now. You got no one to suck up to.
I might dazzle him with my Bobby Clark facts. You know he was the first diabetic to win a Stanley Cup?
Shut up.
He was. Diabetic. At birth.
How would they know that?
Because of how he had to train and how he had to hydrate himself.
I understand, but there could have been guys in the...
No, they would have died.
Maybe they died. Yeah, guys died all the time in the
not
NHL
on the
back in the
ice.
day. Yeah, just dropped. Steve's down. Pull him off. Shift change. Let's go.
Well, he's still laying there.
Keep it roll.
Somebody get him a Pepsi.
I mean, that would be his... If Hunter makes the Flyers next year...
Go get him.
They didn't even have Pepsi back then, stupid.
Yes, they had Pepsi.
Pepsi wasn't a thing till like the 40s.
No, Pepsi was around.
I know it was around, but it was around here.
Civil War.
Not during hockey season. It wasn't. They shut it down for hockey.
It was the beverage of the Union soldiers.
If Hunter is able to make the Flyers and one of these guys makes the NFL, it has to be the first time in Rochester history we would have pro athletes in all four major sports.
So you run the table.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
I love watching these local guys play.
I know.
Man.
You follow.
I can't believe you're not. They're from our town.
I just can't watch a guy.
They're our kids, man.
I know, but unless they're good. Like if he's
They're in the league, bro.
I understand.
So they have to be like a superstar in the league for you to actually tune in.
How about a mid-level guy? Mid-level and up. Because you get spoiled with like Brian Johnson because he was a legit guy. He was a star.
His brother played 300 games in the NHL. Ryan Callahan was he wore a letter for the New York Rangers.
Yeah, but he was the captain of the Montreal Canadiens.
Okay.
That's like the captain of a ship. That's like the highest level you can get.
Okay.
So how many games did you watch?
None.
Short Italian in the league, captain of the Canadiens, doesn't watch any.
I couldn't pick up the games with my antenna.
Isaiah Stewart's hurt right now, but he is a guy who the league knows. He's tough. He's scary. He plays good ball. He was voted in a recent poll in The Athletic as the second most intimidating player in the NBA.
That's pretty impressive.
Well, when you chase LeBron James around a court for 5 minutes, it's going to turn some heads. Come on, guys. Make my sports world full all year long.
Look at that.
Nate Carter and Rashawn Baker trying to make the Falcons and Giants, respectively. Do it for me.
Do it for your hometown, boys.
Thank you. Yes.
The hometown's pulling for you.
The stupid radio show that talks about you. All right, let's take a break. Now is the time.
Yeah.
If you want to try and guarantee your spot, you call us, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We got a post put up. Tommy no longer even factors into the equation here.
What are you talking about?
We had a winner last week, right?
No, we did not.
We
have
did
a
not
winner
have a
last
winner.
week.
Oh,
Remember,
you're right.
Armand was going to go for 2 in a row, and
blew it, baby.
The town was left on the board.
So it's the first time in a long time we haven't had a winner.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody's due.
Yeah, somebody right here.
Not Tommy
baby.
Muley.
Right here.
Not you.
Look at that jacket, baby.
Shut up. Where are they whining? Happens next here in the break room. Let's see it. All right, there's a hole in the champions circle, baby. Didn't think that one through coming back in. That's my apologies. But
yeah,
we're going to fill that hole.
Let's fill it.
Ideally, with a new champion this morning.
I'm going to jam that hole, buddy.
No, you're not.
Oh, I'm ready to. I'm an old hole jammer from way back.
He's so defeated. He doesn't even have the energy to lie about his confidence.
I got a shot.
Yeah, everybody's got a shot,
yes.
Man. Go buy a lottery ticket. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. It is Tuesday. It is 9 o'clock. It is time for everyone's favorite break room game, Where They Whining. And if you are new, here's how it works. Kimmy has a post for the neighborhood app that you guys send her. We really appreciate that. She removes street names, town references. She reads it out loud. But despite that information missing, there's still enough stuff in there where if you listen.
You have to listen. Don't jump. Listen to the whole piece.
You will pick up clues as to where this could be.
Yeah.
And then you call us when we have an open phone line, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, to tell us which town, village, neighborhood in the greater Rochester area you think they are whining in, where they whine in. Are you ready, Kimmy?
I'm ready.
Not even going to address your useless ass. Let's do the damn thing.
Let's go.
So this post is a two-parter.
Oh, two-parter.
A post and a response to the post.
Yes, those are the best ones.
All right. So the original post reads, I think my neighbor is housing a young coyote. I've seen it wandering around in his backyard. I think at this point it's pretty domesticated. He leaves a water dish out there for it, which is how I'm assuming he was able to capture this animal in the first place. There are laws against this, but I don't know what specifically they are. Does anyone know or have experience with domesticated wildlife removal? Comment on this post if you believe this man needs to forfeit the animal immediately. I am 99% sure it is also living in his home. He has children too. Could you imagine putting your kids in danger like that? Actually, you're putting us all in danger by doing this. You can't just take in wildlife all willy-nilly. Let's get this coyote back in the woods where it belongs. A person we'll call Jeff responds to that.
Okay.
Hey, moron. That's my dog Zoe you're talking about.
Ooh.
You'd know that if you actually stopped to have a conversation with me instead of staring out your window all day. She's a husky mix. I have the DNA test to prove it. I know you know where I live, so swing by if you're interested. You won't get away.
Damn.
But can I tell you, sidebar, one of my favorite things, you won't. Because they'll always do it.
Yes.
You do it, you won't. You're going to do it. All right. Confused for a coyote.
Yeah.
But a place where you have enough room for a husky. You need a lot of space for a husky, right? Kimmy, those things like to run around?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and you back up to woods.
Okay. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking east side.
Why are you laughing?
Nothing.
What were we laughing at?
Let him go.
Okay.
Let him go.
Right.
Nowhere in that post does it say you back up to woods.
Well, it says woods.
There was woods in there.
It says
send him back to the woods.
Yeah.
It says put the coyote in the woods where it belongs.
Right, so I'm assuming
Nowhere
there's woods
does it
behind.
say this house backs up to woods. I just want
understand.
to point it out, just to clarify.
So the house backs up to the
but
woods.
that is what you are picturing.
So the woods. So they live in a heavily wooded area.
A cabin in the middle of the woods.
Yes.
Okay. So you think it's east side?
That's the vibe I'm getting.
Okay.
Because I'm kind of thinking Webster.
Webster?
Yeah. Because you remember I had all those coyotes out there. And I had
I
woods
thought
right
those
there.
were the girls who were dating.
They were nice girls. By the way, you're going to call out girlfriends?
Well, no, I'm just saying.
At least mine didn't leak. Some of your girlfriends used to duct tape for tampons.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's what they said when they tried to pull it off. Ow!
So you think because you had coyotes when you lived in
And
Webster?
I lived by the woods.
Uh-huh.
And a Chevy dealership, quality ride.
Yeah, two coyotes sold Tommy a car one time. Bro, every town has woods. Every town has coyotes.
But I had a lot. I had multiple sized coyotes.
You cannot name a single town that doesn't have woods. The city has woods.
Well, yeah, but you got like puny ass woods.
No,
and you got
I saw a
woods.
deer in my backyard the other day.
Yes, I lived in the Winton neighborhood where Kimmy lives. Nope. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I was said your street name.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I would have deer around all the time. It goes back to that park over
But
there.
you didn't see coyote.
Yes, I did.
Coyote's a different animal.
So to be clear, you're in Webster.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're jealous.
All right. It's West Side.
Why is it West Side?
It's not even a question. I know exactly what town this is because I can picture exactly where it is.
Well, it's the same logic I just used.
No, I know it for sure.
No.
Okay, well,
Where'd you see, Pat?
They Whining in Chili.
Hey, don't Chili.
I know
animal.
exactly where this
Why,
is.
because you go out to Bill Gray's, now you're like the mayor of Chili.
Well, I mean, I grew up in that area. I got married in that area. You were there hiding in the woods taking pictures of my pregnant wife while we were getting married.
Much like a coyote.
Creep. You do look like a coyote from a distance.
So you think I saw, oh, man, I joked this that time. So you think it's over there, Black Creek?
It's between Black Creek Park and Bill Gray's.
So you're basing this on your wedding.
I'm basing this on my childhood, bro. I'm basing it on knowing more than you about the greater Rochester area.
All right.
They got a lot of huskies out there. You need the space. Got the room. Right? It's
By the way, a husky, very expensive dog.
And I was gonna say it is. Those homes out there are expensive.
They ain't got husky money.
Big ass homes, bro. The pro athletes live out there, bro.
What pro ass?
I ain't gonna tell you. You're not invited, so I'm not gonna tell you. But
there ain't no pro. I want to know what you call a pro athlete.
Guys who get paid to play sports,
like pickleball.
It doesn't mean you ain't a pro athlete.
Is it one of these low end hockey guys?
Low end hockey guys.
I don't know.
None of your damn business. They Whining.
It's low hockey.
They Whining.
Third string Ottawa Senators.
In Chili. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. We have no winner from last week, so we're just going to take them as they come this morning. All right. Also, one rule and one rule only.
What's that?
You get one pick.
Yeah.
If you are on hold and you hear someone else say your town before you get on, you got two options. Hang up the phone, try again next week. We will not be mad. Or pick another town. If we pick up the phone and you say, I was going to say, but then you have been disqualified, and the commissioner has all say. Are we ready to start?
I'm ready to do this.
All right, 252 WCMF. Let's start with a guy.
All right, you liked that kind of thing.
Got that? Yeah.
Didn't think it through.
A guy named Guy.
Oh, hey, a guy?
Guy, where are they whining, buddy?
Dude, they're whining in Hilton.
Why Hilton?
Hilton, listen, I lived up in just north of there. Tons of woods. I used to hear the coyotes chirping and barking every night.
Chirping and a barking.
Barking and a chirping.
Lots of room for the husky to run.
Okay.
There's a bunch of hoity-toities moving out of the city into Hilton. It's Hilton. I'm telling you right now, it's got to be Hilton.
You live north of Hilton. Did you live on a houseboat?
What's north of Hilton?
I'm sorry, it was south.
Okay, south of Hilton. Gotcha. All right. Guy, you can't even tell your own story, buddy. Guy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. The hoity-toities moving out of the city out to Hilton.
Well, you said the money's spreading out a little bit on the west side.
Yeah, no, all of those mansions on East Ave, for sale signs, and then a sign with an arrow pointing towards Hilton. And then they put grandma on top of the convertible. They drive out there. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Marty. Marty, where are they whining?
I'm going to go Farmington.
Why? What an idiot. Why Farmington? Marty?
Guess. Just a guess.
Just a guess. What? You got no. Uh-oh. Somebody took your town, didn't they, Marty?
Oh, yeah. He got swiped.
I'm not going to say it.
Marty, you sound too defeated to lie. You sound too defeated. You sounded like you had a great idea.
And you're not going to win with Farmington.
Yeah,
man.
why? Of all the towns,
I don't think Farmington's ever hit.
Of course not, because Farmington's not a real place, man.
Yeah, it is a weird area.
Right? I mean, it's
just a couple of houses.
It's Victor, Canandaigua, Farmington's in the middle. But
gas station.
Yeah. Okay. The former Mexican restaurant that was delicious that is now closed. It really disappointed me. All right, well, Marty, you could have hung up.
Yeah.
I could have. I like playing the game.
We're going to put you down for a loss.
Throw something out there. That's okay.
Marty, we like talking to you too, except your picks suck, buddy. But thank you for the call. Marty is really devastated. I think I'm really excited. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Devin. Devin, where are they whining?
Let me see.
Take your time,
buddy. Okay. I think Greece.
Why Greece?
I don't know. It's greasy.
It's greasy.
It's greasy in Greece.
Greasy in Greece.
Okay.
God, Devin, don't you have something better to do, buddy?
Yeah, I'm on break at work. I had nothing better to do at break.
Where do you work, Devin?
I'm in the union. So
okay, so the Army?
Yeah.
Devin, thanks for the call. Is he aware that other multiple jobs have unions?
Yes.
I'm in the union. We're headed down to Charleston. We're going to take these boys out. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Cody. Cody, where are they whining, buddy?
They're whining in Victor.
Why Victor?
You need somebody that's got a decent amount of money, not too much, but a decent amount for a large property for the husky to run and for all the grooming costs and everything for the husky. It's remote enough that somebody who just moved out of the city who doesn't know dang anything about nature or dogs or any of that.
Not just anything.
Might think it's
dang
coyote.
anything.
Yeah.
You don't know dang anything.
This is good logic.
Dang anything about coyotes or huskies or anything like that, so they'd be easy to confuse it. And the houses are still close enough together with large yards out back for them to be staring at each other out their windows. And you've got that kind of fake rich guy sass going on.
Fake rich guy sass? Is that what you
Fake
said?
rich guy sass.
Okay, I was under the impression that people that lived in Victor were well-to-do. I thought that was a high-end town.
Well, there is some major compounds out there, but you got those McMansions out there, too.
McMansions are expensive. Have you not looked at
They
a house?
are, but you're thinking like the Galasanos with like the tennis courts and the riding stable.
No, I've seen every home in Victor. It's either old enough to make it look fancy or new to make it look fancy.
I think his logic is
giant
smart.
mansions. The giant mansions aren't close enough for people to be staring at each other, so it's not quite that part of Victor.
Okay. All right, Cody, I think you're wrong, but thank you for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, there goes Cody. See, when we're not rude to Cody, he's got nothing.
I thought it was pretty smart.
Oh, I'm sorry?
I thought Cody was pretty smart.
Why? Why was he smart?
The words that came out of his mouth sounded pretty intelligent.
About what?
About things.
Yeah?
Many things.
Nothing we could do. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Chris. Chris, where are they whining, buddy?
Morning. Spencerport.
Why Spencerport?
Because it's an expensive dog, and they got, money out there. They got some land out there.
Where's this West Side money coming from? You're buying high-end dogs.
Okay, so a couple of months ago, was it Armand who said that Spencerport was the Pittsford of the West Side?
Well, they should tell them.
Okay. Well, no, I never heard that before, but I haven't been to Spencerport and hung out in a long, long time, so maybe there is wealth over there now. I mean, Chris, do you live in the Spencerport area?
I do not.
Okay,
Yeah, it's a little canal town there.
Yeah, but
wait, who came in with all that bank?
Yeah, who that?
Who?
Nobody. Ain't nobody. Would the Chinese come in and buy a property?
Yes.
No, it's not cheap to live in Spencerport.
It's not cheap to live anywhere.
I just said that, and you yelled at me.
But you're not like opulent husky money.
This is coming from somebody who lives in Pittsford and is mad that somebody compared Pittsford to another place.
And you don't even
his wife's house.
Yeah, Chris, get him.
Zing.
Chris, thanks for the call, buddy. We got you for Spencerport. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We will get back to the phone in just a second.
Yeah.
But, Kimmy, can you give us a reread for the folks that are just joining us?
I sure can.
Thank you.
I think my neighbor is housing a young coyote. I've seen it wandering around in his backyard. I think at this point it's pretty domesticated. He leaves a water dish out there for it, which is how I'm assuming he was able to capture this animal in the first place. There are laws against this, but I don't know what specifically they are. Does anyone know or have experience with domesticated wildlife removal? Comment on this post if you believe this man needs to forfeit the animal immediately. I'm 99% sure it's living inside his home. He has children, too. Could you imagine putting your kids in danger like that?
Change your danger.
Actually, you're putting us all in danger by doing this. You can't just take in wildlife all willy-nilly. Let's get this coyote back into the woods where it belongs.
Woods.
Everyone has woods, stupid.
She's trying to talk.
A man who we're calling Jeff responded to that post. He said, "Hey, moron. That's my dog Zoe you're talking about. You'd know that if you actually stopped to have a conversation with me instead of staring out your window all day. She's a husky mix. I have the DNA test to prove it. I know you know where I live, so swing by if you're interested. You won't get a life."
You won't.
So let me tell you why this is East Side.
Okay.
No cussing on a response. Any guy in
Well, I'm not going to read cuss words if they're in the post.
No,
Were there cuss words?
could.
I don't. No, there weren't any in this one. But I
That's
wouldn't
East
go
Side.
by that in future posts because I cut those out for a reason.
Any West Sider is responding in anger about his own personal stuff is going to be littered with profanity.
Not like you, the East Sider who keeps a very clean mouth. We're going to dump you twice a day.
I have a dirty mouth for one reason. Well, it's just how I was raised.
Yeah.
That's all.
Good.
Not
Tom.
your mom.
Tommy's in Webster. I'm in Chi-Li. Guy is in Marty is in Farmington, just wasting everybody's time. Devin is in the town of Greece. He's in the Union. Cody is in Victor. Chris is in the Pittsford of the West Side Spencerport. I do want to point out we've been leaning towards more affluent communities because of the Husky.
Yeah.
Huskies are expensive. Brooke writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, easiest way to get us. She says, if it looks like a coyote, it's probably mangy looking. Like, Huskies are not even that expensive, LOL.
I mean, it says Husky mix, so who knows?
Every dog's expensive.
No, like Huskies
are
not even that expensive. LOL.
What are they, the Kia of dogs?
Oh, yeah, they keep getting swiped. You see like a 14-year-old kid riding one? Yeah! The insulting tone of like Huskies aren't even that expensive. LOL.
Mangy.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Mark. Mark, where are they whining, buddy?
And they're whining in Penfield.
Why Penfield?
Well, I think the guy that owns the dog, Jeff, is on the younger side, and the guy that wrote the post is maybe on the older side, and Penfield's got a good mix of younger and older communities.
Okay, so we're going based strictly on age, Mark.
Yep.
Okay.
I hear young people can't afford to buy a house no more. And taking a Husky.
Yeah, I mean, a Husky in a house, that would bankrupt everybody.
You can't do it.
Although I heard, like, Huskies aren't even that expensive. Mark, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF. All right, it's been a sausage fest in here.
You know, some guys like that. Like my partner.
It's a terrible thing to say about Weeze. We should bring a lady in here.
Okay.
But the closest we have is Christine. Christine, where are they whining?
Jeez. All right, I'm going to say Henrietta.
Why Henrietta?
This sounds like there's a place in Henrietta where on one side of that street you've got big, huge yards, and on the other side of the street they've got like no puny little yards. And this reminds me of an old man who's got nothing to do, looking out the window, probably with binoculars like Tommy does every now and then. And he sees the dog at a distance and thinks it's a coyote. Plus, Henrietta's got a crap load of coyotes running right now. So I say Henrietta.
Coyotes are running, bud. Come on out to Coyote Run, Henrietta, this weekend.
That's it.
Sunday.
Coyote.
So the guy lives across the street from this guy.
Yes.
But he can see into his backyard.
It's not always the backyard.
Yeah, bud.
The big houses that have the really big front yards back up to woods. You suck. Stop it.
Hey, all right, you got me there.
I don't hate this pick, and I normally hate everything Christine says, but there is logic behind this.
I don't get it.
There's always logic. You just guys don't want to acknowledge logic.
You just guys don't want to acknowledge logic.
My knowledge.
Yeah, Christine, great to talk to you.
Bye.
There goes Christine. Charmer, that one.
Oh, yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to a man who had a chance to make history last week.
Yeah.
And then puked all over his shirt. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I got to put Barbara back on hold here. Sorry, Barbara. We're going with Armand first. Armand, where are they whining, bud?
I'm going Ron DeCoy, and, I got a nice piece of humble pie last week, so I sincerely like to apologize because I hate this show.
Okay, why Ron DeCoy?
Only because, you got old and new mixing together. You got old snoozy guy who's been in the neighborhood forever, and you got young guy who's ready to, let loose. Almost cussed on there.
Well, thank you for not doing that, Armand. Here's the thing. I don't like new humble Armand. I like running his mouth loud-ass Armand.
No, I'm done. I'm every time I call, I just apologize and come on nice and humble.
Why, because you're a bitch?
Yeah.
Bitch ass, humble ass, non-cool anymore.
Yeah.
Bitch.
No edge to you, man.
Come on, where's that Armand edge we all fell in love with?
Hey, maybe next week if I win.
All right. Try not to be a bitch anymore.
Right.
Armand, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Ironically, is not. They don't have the yards for the. For
what are you talking about? They back up to Durant Eastman.
No, but most of those yards in Ironically have smaller backyards
too. By the way,
what's that?
You've picked Durant Eastman in the past.
Yeah, remember he picked the park of Durant Eastman because he was the person who wrote the post was a bear.
But everybody that has a house has a puny little backyard.
Okay, maybe you don't know any wealthy people.
I don't. I know some radio people out that way doing quite well for themselves.
Well,
moving up the line.
They're making $30,000 a year?
Easily.
252 WCMF 252-9263. All right, let's rip through some here. I picked up Barber by accident, so now we got to go with them. Barber, where are they whining, buddy?
Watch out where them Huskies go. Don't you eat that yellow snow. Going to go with Gates.
Boo!
Right.
Why Gates?
Because you're the kind of people, when you grew up there, that you would have mistaken a coyote for a dog and took it in as a pet.
He's trying to hurt people today.
Ooh, free dog.
Come on. Well, it would be
ow,
free dog.
Ow.
Joke's on you. We didn't need free dogs because my dad was breeding them in our living room when I was a kid. True story.
Well, at least they had a lot of open air up above their heads in the ceiling.
Barbara, we got you for Gates. Thanks for the call. I don't see that, Gates. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
That's a lot of money for Gates.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Rick. Rick, where are they whining?
Hey, fellas and girls. Listen, but why doesn't this moron who doesn't have a life just call the DEC and find out some information? I'm just making a statement, that's all.
All right, first off, that's a terrible thing to say about Tommy. Second off, Rick, love the take, but we do need a town. What town are you going with?
Throw us a town, Rick.
Oh, okay. Oh, me. Oh, let's see. Hamlin.
Hamlin? Wait a minute.
Hamlin?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, God, that's horrible.
Well, Rick sucks, but that's okay. Rick, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Hey, at least he didn't disqualify himself.
That's what I was hoping for, but we can't get what we want.
Yeah.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Joe. Joe, where are they whining, bud?
Mendon.
Why Mendon?
Mendon Ponds Park. There's all kinds of stuff running around over there.
Well, but we know this is a dog, though.
Well, people think it's not a dog, so they're probably been drinking or something.
They're drinking in Mendon.
Well, Mendon's got a lot of heavy drinking.
Oh, but here's the thing. I was with you on Mendon, and then you started explaining it. Now I hate your pick.
Every guy we know that lived over there was a boozer.
What?
Every guy we knew that lived near Mendon was a boozer.
Thanks, Joe. Who do we know that lived near Mendon?
Huge, bro. The old lady, too.
That'll help.
Bro.
Doing the bottle sign. By the way.
Him and the OL.
Okay.
Heavy duty.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
Even the kids.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Bro, we know 1 billion people.
And they're all drunk.
Yeah, that doesn't narrow it down. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Redneck. Redneck, where are they whining?
I'm going to have to say Canandaigua before Ben gets on.
Why Canandaigua?
Just to piss Ben off.
Okay.
It's a Ben block.
All right.
I should have answered the phone like, pretty good, guys. How you doing? Yeah.
That's the best Ben impression you've got?
I'm driving right now.
Oh, that prevents you from doing impressions? I can't do an impression. I'm driving.
Well, Tommy does it best when he smacks himself in the face and does a Ben impression. So.
Okay. Well, Ben, thanks for the call. Or Redneck, who cares? Have a good rest of the day.
Southern people cannot do impressions.
Southern people can't do impressions?
They cannot. It's that accent. They can't pull it off. They can't shake it off. Think of your greatest impressionists. None of them are from the
Their
South.
accent is too thick to do any other impression?
Accent too thick, brain a little too small.
Wow. You're from the South.
And you call me stupid all the time, and my tongue doesn't work.
You are stupid.
And terrible at impressions, so maybe we're onto something.
All right, we'll take one more. 252-WCMF. We got a Jeremy, but not our familiar Jeremy.
Oh.
So let's break in a new Jeremy.
Okay.
Jeremy, you got the last pick. Where are they whining, buddy?
I'm thinking Churchville.
Why Churchville?
I don't know. I think if it was a little more west side, like you say, the guy would have said definitely we'll just shoot him. But I think it's
God! Dear God, Jeremy, how do we find a more depressing Jeremy?
Well, I'm just thinking they would have shot the coyote on spot.
Okay.
In somebody else's yard?
Yeah, they wrote about this way, I think.
All right. Well, Jeremy, thanks.
That's an uncomfortable feeling.
And don't do that.
and never call us again, but thank you for the call. Have a good rest of the day. There goes shooting Jeremy.
Yeah, don't go firing into people's yard.
You know what we learned there?
What we learned?
You have to appreciate the Jeremy you have.
Yeah, you do.
Right?
Yeah.
Jeremy, you know.
The grass on the other Jeremy is not always greener than the grass on the Jeremy you have. Okay.
Right.
The Jeremy you know. We got a lot. Could you fix that microphone?
It's hard. It don't work. It's all new.
All right.
What?
Tommy is in Webster. I am in Chilai. Guy, who's a guy, is in Hilton. He lives north of Hilton in the water. Marty wasted everybody's time with Farmington. Devin is in Greece. Cody is in Victor. Chris is in Spencerport. Mark's out in Penfield because they got old people and young people.
Yeah.
Christine is in Henrietta on account of the big yards and the little yards. Armand, who's now Humble Armand, who we hate, is in Irondequoit. Barber's out in Gates. Rick called just a bitch about something, then picked Hamlin. Joe is out in Mendon because all the drinking.
Oh, yeah.
Redneck, doing his worst Ben impression, picked Canandaigua. And Jeremy picked Churchville because anywhere else would have shot the dog.
Yes.
Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do this thing.
Skyline! Pittsburgh! Victor!
Oh, sit down.
Where?
I'm in my zone.
Yeah.
Whining!
If you had one shot
What are you doing?
to win where they whine,
You look like you're having a stroke.
would you let it happen? Go ahead, kid.
Oh, we got a winner this week.
Ooh, buddy boy, you ain't gonna like this.
No, you're not.
I'm not going to like
You're
it.
not going to like it.
You ain't gonna like this at all.
I can't even say it. They whining in Webster.
King Tomas is back.
King Tomas, it's your first win in like a year.
Yeah, but I've been stacking them up early. So that's a four-banger.
That's your fourth.
Okay.
That's
That's
your
a
fourth star.
four-banger.
You're still
Since the game has started.
You're not in first place.
I know.
You're still
But you
behind
said
me.
I was never going to win again.
Wow.
And I said I was due.
Blind. You've been saying you were due
And
for
it-
12 months.
And Dew just pulled in.
Yeah, a whole bunch of dude just pulled
No,
in.
I left that on your mom last night.
Doesn't why? She's into that now? What is it? Doesn't even make sense.
I just dewed her up.
Shut up.
So Tommy's now tied for second with Pete and Armand.
Wow. Look at that murderer's row of pros.
Three-way
It's the French
tie.
connection, man.
Yeah, Armand.
Armand sounds very
It
French.
does. Armand Muley. Pete.
Pete.
Pierre.
Yeah, yes.
Okay,
yeah,
there we
yeah.
go. All right. Congratulations, you douchebag. You just pulled it out of your.
He did. He did. I mean, apparently there are a lot of coyotes in Webster.
I used my logic, and he was killing
I
me.
use my logic. You use your logic every week. You haven't won for a year. You suck so hard at this. And you got lucky. You backed into it.
So you're going last next week, by the way.
Oh, this is going to be. He's going to be bored. You forgot that part.
Absolutely
So I
gonna
don't
disqualify
care because I'm
himself.
going to wear my lucky jacket again next week.
This is your lucky.
Now it is.
It is. I'm going to wear this jacket. I'm not going to take this jacket off till I lose.
So you won where they whining with it, and you got that gig as the Pee Wee Herman impersonator. All right, let's take a break.
Right.
All the money you can grab.
Oh.
Before the cops grab you.
Yeah.
Next here in the break room on CMF.
Ooh.
Before the cops grab you.
Damn.
Do you have the balls?
Grab.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Head to the contest page right now, WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a Classic Rock Tribute Pack, a 4-pack of tickets to 3 shows, tribute shows at the Fort Hill Performing Arts Center in downtown Canandaigua. Celebrate Southern Rock and the music of Skinner with High Noon May 3rd. Experience the Rolling Stones May 9th with Satisfaction. The International Rolling Stones Tribute Show, and enjoy the legendary hits of Paul McCartney and Wings.
Paul.
With Band on the Run live May 31st. And if you can't wait to win, get your tickets today at FortHillPAC.com. This happened in Chicago. 2 men were driving a Brinks truck, 2 employees of Brinks.
Yeah.
When out of nowhere, and for reasons they still do not understand,
Yeah.
the back door flew open.
Well, I guess they didn't lock it.
And a bag of cash fell out of the back. $300,000 in cash spilled out onto the ground.
Yeah.
And by the time the men had stopped the car and got out, people in the neighborhood started grabbing cash and taking off running.
How could you not, man? It's a gift from God.
When police arrived, according to the story, they said that every dollar from that $300,000 was gone.
Wow. Like they didn't miss a buck.
It doesn't look like at
They
least
were in like one of those real life money machines.
Yeah.
Money booths.
Yes, except you're allowed to use your hands and pin it against the ground. So there have been no arrests made. They have not identified any of the suspects. Just so you know, it is super illegal to do this. It's not like found money. If they identify any of these people,
you're in trouble.
They go at they do. They go after them hard.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this question.
What's that?
Let's say you're driving home, and this happens. $300,000 all over the ground.
Yeah. You got to grab a taste, man.
If you you're going for grand larceny, depending on.
Well, what are you going to do? Call the money cops?
You mean the cops? Oh. The money cops are the Brinks guys. They also have guns.
Yeah, true.
But quick sidebar.
Yeah.
In what situation are the Brinks guys allowed to use their guns?
Oh.
Is it only
Maybe
under?
I think if you got a gun pulled on you, they're not cops.
So you're just going to start firing indiscriminately into the crowd of people trying to collect money?
That's the only time I've ever seen Ben Affleck shot at. Is when he pulls the gun out. No, I would grab that money. You know, I mean, the temptation, and especially broke ass me.
Right now, you still try and grab it?
Yeah,
well, especially if like everybody else is out there doing it, I think there's this like FOMO feeling well, if they're all getting in on it, I got to get in on it too.
And I could play confused old man too.
No, you couldn't. You
yes,
know
I
what
can. I do it here every day.
You were confused until you.
Up in my hands.
I thought I dropped my wallet.
There's going to be video of somebody is going to have of you grabbing that money.
I've seen videos of this, like when wasn't there one semi recently, like the truck had gotten into an accident and some of the money had spilled out. So there are people like on a busy road trying to pick it up.
It was on the highway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember seeing that video.
Yeah. But they said they had to return it all.
Can they trace it?
So it does say in the story they are unaware if the bills are
marked or not?
marked or sequenced or whatever.
But depending on where this thing landed, man, you could pass those bucks pretty quick.
Yeah.
Right?
But you would also have to spend all that money very fast. And here's the problem.
Right.
If they identify you, right, you would probably get a lighter sentence if you had all of the cash to give back to them. If you go spend it as fast as you can.
But if I spend it, I don't have it. You can't claim that I have it.
If they have you on video.
Bro, you've seen on grainy-ass cameras.
Okay, you want to roll that dice?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If I'm busted?
Yeah, but let's say if there's other people taking it up, like let's say how much do you think you would get the most you'd
So let's
be able
say
to pick up?
Let's say I snag a G.
$1,000. So that's grand larceny.
Yes.
Ooh,
is that worth?
No, it is. It's jail time.
So you're that narg. You know that's grand larceny, guys.
No, I'm a guy who's stating
trouble.
Fact into a
My
microphone.
dad's a cop. It's grand larceny. You guys are in trouble. I'm calling my dad.
My dad would be there grabbing all the money he could.
Yeah, he's filled his pockets too. He's got to fix a hole in his roof.
This is evidence.
Guy's got 4 families he's trying to support. No, I'm grabbing a G, at least. If I could get a hold of a grand, broke ass me.
Okay.
Oh, I'm spending that almost immediately because you could spend $1,000 pretty quick.
I love how you think you're quick and agile enough to get away in the moment. You would be the one guy
when
that was
I was
caught.
a young guy, I was pretty
I'm talking
agile.
now.
Now it's a little bit.
Bro, like you would be
the getting up is I can get down, but the getting up's tough.
By the time you got out of your car, the money would all be gone. By the way, I'm looking at the story right now. Yeah. Dozens of people were there collecting this money.
So it was a melee. Was it on a highway or like in a neighborhood?
300 block of South Austin Boulevard. It sounds like a neighborhood. It was also rush hour, 5:07 p.m.
Was it in South Chicago?
No, it was the north side of Chicago.
Oh.
So had a boy about 6 foot tall.
I don't know anybody like that.
WCMF 252-9263. Again, a Brinks truck was driving through Chicago. The door opened for some reason in the back. $300,000 spilled out of the back of the car. People immediately started grabbing it. All of the money was taken, and they have no suspects. They have no suspects. Yet, if these people are identified, they go after these people hard.
Oh, sure.
Like Brinks prosecutes to the fullest extent of the law, and I'm going to assume the judges and prosecutors will cooperate to, keep this from happening.
Sure.
Again. Bro, you would get so jailed. So jailed.
So jailed.
So jailed right now with all your money. And there's a funny
what if
thing.
I spend it real quick? And they didn't have to positively be able to identify me.
Do you really hear yourself right now?
I do.
It's not like it blew into your yard. Like you got out of your car to pick it up.
I also love how you think you'd be hard to identify. You're the most unique, ugly person I've ever seen in my life.
But let's say I'm just strolling down the street.
Yeah. You're walking the dog.
Yeah, and I see
money
this
starts
money.
blowing at you.
Yeah, I'm grabbing.
They'd go to Steve Buscemi's house. He would have an alibi. They'd go to old, wrinkled John Calipari's house. He would have an alibi. They'd go to the Keebler Elf tree. He would have an alibi. And then your ass would get arrested.
All right. Damn.
Stupid.
It'd be so much fun to have $1,000 just to go piss away real quick.
Okay.
What?
It's a hot take.
What would you buy, though, right away for $1,000?
Quick?
Yeah.
Right to the liquor store. And bro, I could drop $1,000.
Is it worth
quick.
it?
Is it worth it?
No, she's
what
right.
Are you, my
I would look
liver?
at you and be like, wow, that's
Is
pretty
this really
sad.
worth it? All this pain you put me through? Yes. Shut up.
Kimmy, $1,000. What are you spending it on? You got an hour ago.
See, she's chintzy, so she don't know how to spend.
Chintzy Kim?
Yeah.
Chintzy Kim.
Chintzy Kim, here I come.
I could
Chintzy
spend
Kim.
it pretty quick at Wegmans, in all honesty.
Wait, he says liquor and you go Wegmans?
Yeah, she's snacking.
I would.
She's hitting that snack
Snacks
aisle.
for days.
We come back, wrap it up. Tell you what we're doing tomorrow next year in the break room on CMF.
You're doing the gospel hour?
Never too much, never too much. That's going to be Rivalry.
Adios, Rivalry.
For a Tuesday on CMF. Makes tomorrow Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, hate.
Yep, hate mail of the week coming at you. This letter is directed, I believe, solely at you.
No, what'd I do?
Well, we discussed an opportunity coming up for some older athletes. And I say older, I guess anyone over like 25, 30.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
The hamstring crew.
A pickleball tour is coming through town.
Yes, right. The pros are coming.
No, it is. And you have an opportunity to become a pro pickleball player.
Yeah.
We'll recap the story tomorrow, but you crushed this idea.
Yeah.
Crushed it.
It's for fools.
And one man wrote us a letter,
Yeah.
I guess chastising you.
Oh, really?
Because if you don't have dreams, what's the point of life?
Well, have the correct dream.
What's the correct dream?
Have a dream that I approve of.
Yes, thank you.
You sound like your dad. You're going to have dreams, but you have to have dreams within the box of which dreams are accomplishable.
Keep it in your parameters of your skill set.
Hey, Mail of the Week coming at you tomorrow, 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Jolene's on her way in.
Jolene! What a great gal.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying.
And she's got 10 straight songs coming at you. Jolene's 10 at 10, so sit tight on that. We got to get out of the way. For Kimmy?
Yep.
Who would buy $1,000 worth of snacks?
Yes.
That would go
Doritos.
fast.
Which I also find funny. You go, that'd be a couple of days. Like, you're going to eat. Did you even realize you said that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. $1,000 worth of snacks she eats in 4 days.
Right, maybe a week.
For Tommy Muley,
yes,
who would be the first one arrested as everyone else is hundreds of yards away sprinting. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.